This. Stay. ஆடியோ செக் பண்ணு ப்ரோ. இல்லை ப்ரோ, மொபைலில் செக் பண்ண லைவ். செக் செக். ஒன் டூ த்ரீ. மைக் செக். செக் செக் செக். மைக் செக். ஒன் டூ த்ரீ ஃபோர் ஃபைவ். செக் 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 செக். Check. Hello, one, two, three. Check. Check one. This. Check. 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 Hello. 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 Check. 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 Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, sir. With me only. I'm in the auditorium, inside the auditorium. Hello. Hello. Sir, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ, ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಏನು ಸರ್? ಹಾಂ, ಹಾಂ. ಹೌದು, ಹೌದು, ಹೌದು. ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬೇಕಂತ ರೌಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು ರೌಂಡಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್, ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹಲೋ.
and the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
very good morning to all of you. I request everyone to please settle down.
गौरव यंग एसोसिएट्स कुछ मिसिंग है, अब तक आए नहीं है. सो जस्ट लुक एट मी, अगर मैं कहूँ आई डोंट नो.
We are just about to begin. I request everyone to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. and a very warm welcome to Day 3 of INAE Annual Convention 2025. Today's program marks an important culmination of the convention, featuring the induction of new INA Fellows and INA Young Associates into INA fraternity, statutory proceedings of the Academy, and an inspiring fireside conversation with one of India's most respected industry leaders. We shall begin the day with the induction ceremony. May I request Mr. J.D. Patil, President INA, Professor Shivaji Chakravarti, Vice President INA, and Officiating Executive Director, Lieutenant Colonel Shobit Rai, to please come on the stage. Thank you, sir. To start the proceedings of induction ceremony, may I request Officiating Executive Director, INA, to kindly come on the dais.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Off the dais, former Presidents INA, Dr. P.S. Goyal, Professor Indranil Manna, Dr. Sanak Mishra, esteemed fellows of INA, young associates, delegates, and dear guests. It's my pleasure to be here welcoming you today. At the onset, I will request you, we have a very action-packed day today. There are 4 particular events, one after the other, starting with the induction of the young associates to the INA fold, followed by AGM and SGM of fellows. That of course will be followed by a fireside chat with Mr. Narayan Murthy, which will be hosted by Professor Indranil Manna. And finally, the most awaited event, that is induction of the fellows for the year 2025. So before we go ahead, allow me to commence the proceedings with the permission of the President. The induction ceremony for the newly elected young associates. You saw them getting awarded yesterday. INA associates may kindly note that their names shall be announced sequentially as per their respective engineering sections, and request you to kindly come onto the stage at the spot marked right here, where your citation will be read, and then move on to the dais, wherein the conferment shall happen, followed by your signatures on the register. So with that, allow me to start the proceedings, and may I request Professor Ranjan Ganguly, Jadavpur University, our esteemed fellow, to kindly read out the citations in respect of newly elected or newly selected young associates. Professor Ranjan Ganguly.
A very good morning to all of you. I am indeed honored to read out the citations of the future engineers, leaders of India. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. B.S. Sindhu, Principal Scientist, Special and Multifunctional Research Laboratory, CSIR, Structural Engineering Research Center, SERC, Chennai. She has made significant contributions to the developing high-performance, multifunctional, cementitious, and epoxy composites through a bottom-up, multi-scale approach, integrating molecular dynamics, analytical techniques, and experimental investigations. Her work established structure-property correlations leading to the hierarchically engineered strain-hardened composites for durable, lightweight, and seismic resilient infrastructure. I request President INAE to induct Dr. B.S. Sindhu as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Sindhu, as INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations. congratulations once again.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Arya Vijayanandan, Associate Professor, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. She has made significant research contributions in the areas of occurrence, fate, and transformation of contaminants of emerging concern CECs in environment, with emphasis on the fate of pharmaceuticals in biological and advanced oxidation processes. Her research also focuses on the development of robust analytical protocols for non-target screening and quantification of CECs. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Arya Vijayanandan as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Arya, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations.
Now I have the great pleasure in introducing Dr. Ankit Agarwal, Associate Professor, Department of Hydrology, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He specializes in hydroclimatology and natural hazards. He has pioneered the application of complexity science, merging nonlinear dynamics with hydrometeorology to understand multi-scale hydroclimatic interactions and forecast extremes. His engineering achievements include methodological advancements, enhanced physical understanding of hydroclimatic extremes, and contributions addressing societal and socio-economic impact of climate-related hazards. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Ankit Agarwal as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Ankit Agarwal, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Ashutosh Kumar, Assistant Professor, School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi. He has made significant research contributions in foundation engineering and co-authored India's first code of practice on combined pile raft foundations, IS 19117-2025. He developed a climate adaptive barrier using water treatment residue that regulates rainfall infiltration to prevent landslides. He also devised testing protocols simulating coupled environmental and mechanical loading for transport embankment. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Ashutosh Kumar as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Ashutosh Kumar, an INAE Young Associate thereof.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Chaya Ganesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. She has made outstanding contributions to modern cryptography, particularly in secure computation and zero-knowledge proofs. Her research has led to efficient, scalable, and probably secure protocols that advance decentralized, privacy-preserving technologies, including blockchain and multi-party computation. Her innovative work integrates foundational theory with real-world applicability, significantly strengthening the foundations of trustworthy and scalable cryptographic systems. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Chaya Ganesh as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Chaya Ganesh, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Shayak Rai Chaudhuri, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of machine learning and artificial intelligence, including the design of training algorithms for large language models, the development of reinforcement learning algorithms for automatic hyperparameter search, and algorithms for privacy-preserving machine learning. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Shayak Rai Chaudhuri as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Shayak Rai Chaudhuri, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Gurminder Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of additive manufacturing of hard-to-print materials and development of low-cost, innovative AM processes for customized, high-performance components. His work focuses on fabricating metals for efficient heat transfer, ceramics for solid oxide fuel cells and batteries, polymers for patient-specific biomedical implants, printing of multi-material components with metals and ceramics, data-driven and phase change modeling for solid-state joining processes. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Gurminder Singh as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Gurminder Singh, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Bethavolu Venkata Arun Kiran, Scientific Officer F, Nuclear Fuel Complex, Department of Atomic Energy, Hyderabad. He has made significant engineering contributions in design and manufacturing of special purpose machines and technologies for critical nuclear applications, including advanced welding and finishing operations and automation projects for enhancing safety, quality, and productivity in nuclear fuel manufacturing. I request President INAE to induct Mr. Bethavolu Venkata Arun Kiran as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. B.V. Arun Kiran, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Absolutely.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Vicky Anand, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Jodhpur. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of electrocoalescence desalter for polymeric and surfactant droplets, mathematical modeling and dynamics development for proton exchange membrane electrolyzer, and ceramic membrane development for gray water treatment. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Vicky Anand as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Vicky Anand, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Harshal Agarwal, Principal Scientist, CSIR, Central Electrochemical Research Institute, CECRI, Chennai, and Assistant Professor, ACSIR, Ghaziabad. He has made significant research contributions in the field of hydrogen fuel cell technology and applied electrochemistry, technology development, and commercialization. His innovations in improving PEMFC efficiency, cost reduction, and scalable design led to India's first hydrogen-powered fuel cell car. He spearheads CSIR's hydrogen technology mission under H2 utilization category to advance India's clean energy transition. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Harshal Agarwal as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Harshal Agarwal, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Aniket Uday Thosar, Senior Manager, New Energy Initiatives at Reliance Industries Limited, Navi Mumbai. He has made significant research contributions to hydrogen value chain, developing elegant physics-based analytical models for hydrogen fuel cells, validated through three-dimensional multiphysics simulation and experiments, and building techno-economic optimization frameworks for green hydrogen systems, which support India's strategic push towards a sustainable hydrogen economy. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Aniket Uday Thosar as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Aniket Uday Thosar, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations.
Yeah, Mahadeva Iyer is the next one. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Vishnu Mahadeva Iyer, Assistant Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He has made significant research contributions in power electronics, particularly in the areas of transportation electrification, DC microgrids, battery energy storage systems, and renewable integration. His work advances high-efficiency power conversion systems, supporting modern energy networks and sustainable transportation. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Vishnu Mahadeva Iyer as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Vishnu Mahadeva Iyer, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Srinath Vijay Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering and Head, Smart Agritech Center for Advanced Research and Development, SADCARD, Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of sensors and electronic instrumentations. He has developed the world's first of its kind fuel sensor for monitoring level, dual axis tilt, and petrol ethanol composition, and also designed innovative farm monitoring devices to assess soil, plant, and meteorological parameters for improved agricultural efficiency. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Srinath Vijay Kumar as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Srinath Vijay Kumar, an INAE Young Associate thereof.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Vikrant Karim, Assistant Professor, Center of Applied Research in Electronics, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has made significant research contributions to the development of implantable, wearable, ingestible medical devices for wireless biotelemetric applications, particularly for retinal prosthesis. He invented an ultra-wideband, smallest size radiant element as an intraocular unit to enhance the image perception capability of a blind through a visual angle of more than 40 degrees. He also developed a low-profile capsule prototype and successfully tested inside Wister rat for wireless capsule endoscopy. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Vikrant Kaim as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Vikrant Kaim, and INAE Young Associate thereof.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Balaswamy Velpula, Assistant Professor, Department of Electrical Communication Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He has made significant research contributions in fiber lasers and nonlinear fiber optics, particularly in developing high-performance Raman fiber lasers and supercontinuum sources with wide-ranging applications. His efforts in development of advanced high-power fiber laser technologies have led to successful technology transfer for strategic and defense applications of national importance. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Balaswamy Velpula as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Balaswamy Velpula, an INAE Young Associate thereof.
I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Gaurav Kumar, Scientist Engineer SE, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. He has developed cutting-edge miniaturized and wideband antenna technologies for next-generation space missions. His innovations include UWB GNSS antennas for Microsat 2C, compact UWB antennas for Chandrayaan 5 rover, a 30-meter deployable Venus orbiter antenna, and advanced active phase arrays with beamforming ICs and MLB integrations, strengthening India's self-reliance through Make in India and technology transfer initiatives. I request President INAE to induct Mr. Gaurav Kumar as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. Gaurav Kumar, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Sai Gautam Gopalakrishnan, Assistant Professor, Department of Materials Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He has made significant contributions in the materials design and materials discovery for energy applications, including identification of novel electrodes and electrolytes materials for batteries, constructing machine-learned models to model interfaces relevant in energy applications, and advancing the use of transfer learning for hard-to-estimate material properties. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Sai Gautam Gopalakrishnan as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Sai Gautam Gopalakrishnan, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. G. Bharat Reddy, Scientific Officer E in the Mechanical Metallurgy Division at the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of high temperature deformation and processing of zirconium-based alloys and low alloy steel used in pressurized water reactors. His research focuses on structure property, correlations, and deformation micromechanics across various time and length scales. I request President INAE to induct Mr. G. Bharat Reddy as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. G. Bharat Reddy, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Premakumar Murugayan, Principal Scientist, Advanced Materials and Corrosion Division, CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory, CSIR NML, Jamshedpur. He has made significant research contributions in the field of amorphous and non-crystalline soft magnetic alloys, rare earth-free hard magnets, and additive manufacturing grade metal powders. He has played a pivotal role in the indigenous industrial production of iron-based nanocrystalline alloys, the technology transfer of electromagnetic sensors for heavy industries, and the development of planar flow casting equipment in India. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Prem Kumar Murugayan as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. Dr. Premakumar Murugayan, an INAE young associate thereof. Congratulations. Turn around, yeah. Congratulations.
Now I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Pallavi Das, Principal Scientist at CSIR Central Institute of Mining and Fuel Research, Dhanbad. She works at the interface of novel separation processes, geochemistry, and material chemistry. She has developed scalable forward osmosis and membrane crystallization systems for mine water treatment, including acid mine drainage mitigation and waste valorization in sectors ranging from steel making to iron beneficiation. Her patented innovations are being scaled up for technology transfer in the domains of sustainable mining and circular economy advancement. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Pallavi Das as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Pallavi Das, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations once again.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Ranjit Thangavel, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of electrochemical energy storage and conversion, including development of energy storage material and devices, high energy density Li-ion sodium ion batteries, and beyond Li-ion batteries, solid state battery, and capacitors, EDLCs, and hybrid. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Ranjit Thangavel as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Ranjit Thangavel, an INAE Young Associate thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Jayantaro Mohite, scientist at Digital Food Initiative, DFI, Tata Consultancy Services, Mumbai. He specializes in geospatial, AI, ML, and computer vision. He has developed the Sky-Earth Convergence Framework for scalable Earth observation database solution for monitoring, reporting, and verification of sustainable agriculture, forest monitoring, food quality analytics. His work integrates domain knowledge with AI models, enabling operational transferable frameworks. He contributes to 45 plus publications, 40 plus patents, and monitoring of 300 million hectares, significantly boosting TCS's IP and business impact. I request President INAE to induct Mr. Jayantrao Mohite as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. Jayantrao Mohite, an young associate thereof. One skip up.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Richa Karmakar, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. She has made significant research contributions in the areas of microfluidics and biophysics of bacterial chemotaxis and host pathogen interactions, including the development of lab-on-a-chip platforms for rapid antimicrobial susceptibility testing and disease diagnostics for low-cost paper-based microfluidic devices for point-of-care use and microfluidic models of disease microenvironments. Her work also investigates bacterial chemotaxis under antibiotic stress to advance strategies for infectious disease management. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Richa Karmakar as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Richa Karmakar, an INAE Young Associate thereof.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Sumit Kumar Mondal, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He has made significant research contributions in the areas of energy efficient accelerator for ML algorithms. His recent work on accelerating LLM interface inference with emerging device technology shows significant benefits in performance and energy consumption compared to widely used edge devices with GPUs. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Sumit Kumar Mondal as a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Sumit Kumar Mondal, an INAE Young Associate thereof.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the induction of the selected young associates. We will shortly move on to the annual general meeting of fellows. I request all to remain seated. Very shortly we'll begin the proceedings. This will be a brief proceedings as we have strict timelines to adhere to. You would know that after the AGM of fellows, we have the session fireside chat with Mr. Narayan Murthy from 11 to 12. And immediately after that, we have the induction of fellows. So we are running a very tight ship here. I'll request everybody to kindly adhere to their timelines. And we are ready now for the AGM. As the fellows and associates who are already in the system, and for the new, we have the annual general meeting split in two parts. The first part, which concludes in the summer, is basically for the compliance related issues which have to be ratified through the AGM, and the second part is more to do with informal discussions and certain changes in the leadership of the academy in terms of the vice presidents, council members and the various committees in the academy. With the blessings of the President INAE, I am empowered to quickly give an overview of the activities of INAE, what we do throughout the year. The year is from January to December packed with a number of activities. We used to have 4 mandatory events, which are the flagship events of INAE. Starting this year, we have a 5th event which has started, which is the Technology Conclave, primarily centered around the newly created cadre of members of INAE. Other than that, the 4 activities are the Young Youth Conclave and the Engineers Conclave, as well as the National Frontiers of Engineering. These all are held as per the calendar of the academy and conclude by the month of October. In the month of December, we have the annual convention where the newly elected fellows and newly selected young associates are inducted, besides a number of other important events such as the award ceremony which you saw yesterday. Other than that, the important event which has started from this year is the initiative on CEEE, that is Center for Engineering Excellence Education, which is an initiative taken by INAE, a unique initiative in its perspective, wherein AICTE, the 5 old IITs, and INAE leadership have come together to curate a program generously funded by Infosys Foundation for training our teachers, that is mentoring of the mentees, the second and third tier of colleges which are not so well endowed or do not have all the state-of-the-art facilities, are mentored by the faculty members from IITs and other selected institutes and fellows of INAE. And under that initiative, the target is to train 1,250 teachers every year, this year being starting under the stewardship of Professor Indranil Manna. This program took off and managed to mentor up to 900 teachers, which is a cause for celebration. This calls for an applause, please. This happened over this summer, over 1.5 months, wherein mentees from various institutions traveled to 5 institutions in 5 chosen subjects, and they were mentored for about 2 weeks in person with labs and other experiments. This was followed up with a rigorous online program and is still being done and will conclude by December, which will follow by a certification jointly by AICTE, the IITs, INAE, and Infosys Foundation.
Uday.
This program was formally inaugurated on 5th of June this year, wherein Mr. Narayan Murthy and INAE leadership were present, and it was attended by the mentees from all across, far and wide, including leadership of INAE, governing council members of INAE, INAE fellows, and many other invited guests. This sees a dawn of new era in INAE's activities, and this will continue over next 3 years as this program continues to be funded for next 2 more years. And based on our continued good performance, the scope is very wide. With this brief overview, with the permission of the chair, I begin the proceedings of the AGM, and with that, before I request the President to make the opening remarks, I will just read out the names of our esteemed fellows who left us since the part A of the AGM, and in their honor, the condolence resolutions were read out in the INAE Governing Council. These esteemed fellows were Professor K.R. Rajagopal, Professor A.B. Bhattacharya, Dr. M.J. Zarabi, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, Professor Vaideshwaram Rajaraman, Professor Dayaratnam, and Professor P.K. Dash. One foreign fellow also left us, that is Professor C.S. Desai, recently. I request the House to kindly stand up briefly and pay homage to the departed souls by keeping a minute's silence in their memory. Thank you. Which way? नहीं, welcome. Which way? now request President INAE to kindly deliver his welcome address to the esteemed gathering here. Mic. Sir, and mic.
Welcome to the annual general body meeting of the fellows. This is the first annual general body meeting we are holding as an financially independent academy, completely autonomous in its operations. It's my pleasure to invite you to this meeting. I'll run through some of those major achievements of the year as done by the academy, including major activities. DST had communicated to us in 2022, that was in May 22, that the government support would be withdrawn. And this was in thinking of something far bigger, as I mentioned yesterday. Just as we received this intimation, Professor Manna, who was the president at that point in time, and the governing council obviously decided that if we have to sustain as an academy, we need to build our own corpus. So a corpus fund was constituted, and the point at that point in time was, if we have a corpus fund of 100 crores collected, net of all the interest and taxes, we would probably have somewhere close to 6 crores at hand every year, and this 6 crores would be good enough for the academy to continue its operations for eternity. So with this as a aim, a sincere work began towards a drive to sort of have donations from major corporates and other 5 or 6 streams of revenue by which the academy would gain its financial freedom. So the leadership of that day, obviously last 2 or 3 years, have enormously spent, I would say, very, very sincere efforts. And I must report to you that today we are close to about 2/3 of our target achieved. And towards that, we must acknowledge that major corporates such as Larsen Toubro and Tata Sons came forward with a donation of 25 crores each. Larsen Toubro, being the first at that point in time, decided that we'll give, as Larsen Toubro, 5 crores per year so that the academy continues its operations while the other money comes in, so that for 5 years we don't see any operational gap. And this is exactly how the L&T money is flowing in every year, 5 crores. Tata Sons, by a single check, donated 25 crores to the academy. Google was the next one, about 13 crore came from Google. Infosys Foundation, as I mentioned yesterday again, through the CEEE program that Colonel Rai was just about talking about, provided us every year 9.3, 9.4 crores. And through that, the Center for Engineering Excellence in Education was set up. And through this initiative, we are now reaching out to the student community through the professors who teach them to raise the level of engineering education right from the academic institutions, and through that actually influence the quality of engineering education in India. INAE, as a result, did multiple fund drives or fundraising drives, and we need to continue doing this. As I said again yesterday, we still have 1/3 to go, so another 35 crores to come. Must also acknowledge that about 250 of our own fellows came forward and made the donations. And we did not treat them in different classes for a simple reason. If somebody felt that out of solidarity he is providing a donation to the academy, whether it's 1,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees or 10 lakhs of rupees, it's the same, because it's more of an emotional bond with the academy rather than the monetary value of it. For years going ahead, now that we are assured of a sizable part of our future being assured, uh, there was a participation of the wider engineering community which was being looked at, and this is essentially where again a decision was made that the fellows that we induct will now more or less be equal in the industry, academia and the R&D, the three major constituents of our fellowship. And with this as a decision, you will notice that every of our body, decision making body, now has representation of all the three. So the governing council now is approximately 1/3 from academia, 1/3 from industry and 1/3 from the R&D institutions of the Government of India. Through various processes, an individual membership was approved by the previous AGMs, and we started implementing selection of the individual members, and this individual member selection continued through the year. Yesterday we saw that some of the individual members are now being given out the membership certificates, and this process will continue wherever we hold any of our functions. Someone who is in the surrounding of that, we would grant the membership certificates at that point in time. Must also report, which very rightly Professor Shivaji noticed, the first of these members have started going on the social media and actually very proudly saying member INAE. And that's something which is welcome, because INAE was previously only looking at the fellowship, and of course so much work which we do for the government with a very targeted audience. But besides that, the membership is something which, being the 10,000 as a target, would really give us the body and the mass that is needed to make the decisions for the government, and government sees us as a much more powerful body than a body of 1,000 fellows. So essentially on individual membership, as of date there are roughly about 500 to 600 members, some being in the process of being granted. Along with that, we can also say very clearly that over the years, as far as fellowship is concerned, INAE fellowship has set out a gold standard. Now those who don't meet that, and maybe a shade not being able to make that cutoff, essentially is where the individual membership was targeted. So as on date, out of the memberships, we have 32 institutional members. The institutional was a separate category in which let's say an IIT becomes an institutional members. So as on date, we have 32 institutional members. 25 out of them are in the diamond category, which is the highest category. 1 sapphire, 1 ruby and 5 coral. So on the institutional membership, 32 are on board. 207 individual members, 146 in the senior member category and 61 in the associate member category have as of now been inducted, and approximately about 150 are in pipeline to be inducted. Tata Steel has taken our annual corporate membership, and HAL, yesterday we had the CMD present here, have become our patron corporate member with a contribution of 5 crores. Several suggestions were deliberated by the leadership to enhance the membership drive, and my appeal to the fellowship at large that each one of us, if we can sort of influence 10 members, then the 10,000 number gets met. And it's as simple as that in terms of mathematics. Obviously, some of us would take it quite seriously, and that's how we would be able to build the numbers over the years to come. One or two of our fellows need to be very targeted way identified from the IITs and NITs, and that's essentially where we would probably have about 120 to 150 fellows who come from that particular constitution of all the educational best of the class engineering education institutes. Efforts have also been taken on the membership drive of the scientists from the CSIR, DRDO, Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, and this various research institutions of the Government of India, and a targeted, I would say, approach is being made to each one of them. A formal MOU has been signed with Department of Space, rather ISRO, and the ISRO chairman signed it about 2 months back, and through that we are wanting to take this initiative far more forward, that people of certain quality actually start coming in as members of INAE. The leadership from the institutional and corporate members is also being approached in a very focused way by writing to the specific human resource organizations within these companies, and through that hopefully over the years we'll see within next 5 years this number being achieved. As per the practice followed by INAE since 2023, one theme is taken by each sectional committee, and must say that this year there have been very serious effort at this, and yesterday we had the meeting with every section present in a room. Unprecedented that all 10 sections were present in one room yesterday during the meeting, and every one of them committed by February that there would be a publication which each section would make. Now this is where I need to be briefing the fellowship that INAE would be known here onwards not only as a financial and operationally independent, but also will be known because of the contribution that we do to the engineering. And towards that contribution to the engineering, we need to be far more visible in the technical as well as to the governmental authorities as someone who is truly contributing in the form of knowledge that we publish. So specific ISIN numbers would be created for this annual kind of booklets, that rather books that would get created out of these 10 sectional committees. My appeal also to the academy at large, or the fellowship at large, that the individual contributions, either in the form of, we have 2 publications now, not one. Transactions of INAE is a major publication which everyone knows, so some kind of a scientific content. And since we don't charge any fellow who wants to approach for publishing anything at large, this is something which can be considered by our fellows as one of those preferred way of publishing their knowledge work. The second is a Tech Frontiers, which we began this year. We had 3 volumes of Tech Frontiers. I'm sure the enough information is available right here on the Tech Frontiers. Tech Frontiers is more of a summary kind of a report on any given technology, and we felt last year that whosoever comes here for the annual convention and makes presentations on the work that they have done, this calls for a summary report on each one of those presentations by fellows and young associates, and that provides us typically 70 to 80 articles in a year, which can go in the form of a Tech Frontier. So this year onwards, we hope to be actually contributing and requesting every one of those fellows who are now going to get inducted and the young fellows who have been inducted to write a typically 3-page and summary kind of work, summarizing what all you have done up till now, which puts it at the state of the art as of now. And this is something INAE would publish in the form of Tech Frontiers. If I move on the section committees, there was another point that came up this year during the discussions, that the section committees have only been looking at whatever nominations have been received by the committees for recommendation to the governing council for the fellowship as well as for the young associates. Each one of us who essentially know in the industry or in the academic circles what all is going on, and if we really understand that there is somebody who may not have been nominated before the nomination dates are over, we expect the section committees to actually debate between themselves that the best of best within the engineering community is not missed out to be our fellows. So the role for the section committees now is not only selection, but also search cum selection, typically a process which every major position, whether the government of India or the corporate world sort of selects. The selection is not through the nomination alone, it's much wider, and this is a much wider approach we would now be taking towards selection of our fellows as well as the young associates. Moving on, CEEE, yesterday I spoke a lot. Colonel Rai mentioned a few things about it. 900 teachers we were able to train during about 6 to 8 weeks of the summer, and this year's summer season, about 4 months later, would be beginning, and this year we would be expecting to actually train about 1250, and next year hopefully we would want to do little more. We have a target to achieve over next 3 years, because 1 year we missed out because the MOUs got signed only in December last year. So this being the first year, over 4 years, 4 financial years, if we receive the money, then we need to be doing 1000 into 4, need to be now achieved within 3 years, and that's essentially where the numbers will start building up on CEEE. So obviously out of that 38.35, to be precise, crores over those 4 years, which is coming from Infosys Foundation, we essentially get about 30% of that, so roughly 10 crores over 4 years, so roughly 2.5 crores of income, which essentially allows for the day-to-day operation of the academy. Last year, the formal press release, as I mentioned, happened to be on the same day as yesterday. 19th of December was the announcement of the CEEE, and having completed 1 year, we thought we should have 2 people who essentially conceptualized the CEEE to be coming here, and that's what is targeted after this session in the form of Professor Manna and Dr. Murthy, who would be here for discussing in the form of a fireside chat the concept behind and what exactly is happening and how to take it forward. That's about the CEEE. Essentially, CEEE today is reaching out, as Colonel Rai had mentioned, 5 IITs, but also 5 domains of engineering, which is computer science and information technology, electrical, electronics and instrumentation engineering. Third, mechanical, aerospace and energy engineering. Fourth, materials, chemicals, biomedical engineering. And fifth, the civil and environmental engineering. In each of these domains, as we saw, 5 IITs, 5 domains, 5 professors. And that's exactly how 125 professors are mentoring those targeted now onwards 1250 mentees who are the professors teaching in the tier 3, tier 4 colleges. Must acknowledge in front of all the fellows the contribution of AICTE and the 5 IITs to make this a great success. Governance structure specifically was created for the CEEE, and that is what oversees whatever is happening under the CEEE kind of initiative. I will open the forum after this, after the statutory part for suggestions from the fellows at large. But before that, the statutory agenda.
Thank you, sir. So I will run through the agenda now. Item number 1, to confirm the minutes of the 37th AGM Part A Request you to be kindly back in next 5 minutes. Thank you. साइटेशन भी पहले मूव करनी है, ठीक है? तो उनकी साइटेशन कौन पढ़ रहा है सेक्शन 7 की?
जय जगदीश।
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. Can I request all other
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello.
may I request the guests to kindly move ahead? Kindly fill up the seats which are vacant in the front. Kindly move ahead. Those who are outside, word may kindly be sent to them to kindly move in. Can I request you please to kindly move forward? All those seats in the front may kindly be filled. ये स्टेडियम के कहाँ हैं वो जो कहाँ हैं भाई साहब जो हैं ये जो स्टेडियम वाले हैं इनके इलेक्ट्रिकल वाले ऊपर तो लाइट बंद करा ऊपर की फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे हैं कहाँ इनके बंदे सारे छत देख के क्या करना है सबसे ऊपर वाला सिर्फ डीके स्कूल ओनली डीके स्कूल बिफोर एनी इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन इज अनाउंस्ड we'll make an exception. Professor Chakravarti sir, are you there? No. All the guests, may I request kindly move forward if you can. There are plenty of seats here and there on my left. Kindly move forward. Aji aage, please. Please occupy the seats which are ahead. Let's all settle down. Kindly put your mobiles on silent. Kindly move ahead. Those who are coming in just now, may I request kindly move ahead. We've got plenty of seats ahead. Please come. Yeah, please. Yeah, please move ahead. Please move ahead. Let's fill in the seats which are here first. Don't feel shy, don't worry. Please come. Young minds, you have only to gain. Yeah, please come. Please come ahead.
A very good morning to all of you. We now move on to one of the most anticipated segments of today's program, the Fireside Chat with Mr. N.R. Narayana Murthy, FNAE, the visionary founder of Infosys, a stalwart of Indian IT industry, and an inspiration to innovators across generations. The interactive session will be moderated by esteemed Professor Indraneel Manna, immediate former president of INAE, Vice Chancellor, Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, Ranchi. I'm certain that audience is eagerly looking forward to this engaging conversation. May I request Manna sir to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Mr. Nanmurthy, on behalf of the Academy, please allow me to thank you profusely for joining this session. He was traveling until probably day before yesterday, came from abroad, and then he has series of engagements. We have always been extremely grateful to him for his generous support and advices, and like one today. So time is the most precious thing, and we don't want to waste time in reading his biodata. You know, someone told me long ago that for you and I, when you write biodata, you may end up writing almost a thesis. But the length of the biodata is inversely proportional to the eminence of the person. Someone who is a Nobel laureate would write Professor or Dr. so-and-so, Nobel laureate in physics in this year for this invention. So Mr. Naranmurthy actually is one of them. Just Mr. N.R. Naranmurthy, founder Infosys, is good enough. But for the sake of some of the youngsters, we have the biodata displayed on the screen, but I'm not going to read out. This is a very important session. For safety reasons, Hal won't allow us to light a fire on the stage, but sparks may fly. So let's look forward to a very absorbing session ahead. I've had some opportunity of having some exchange of mails with Ms. Murthy, and we have identified certain topics which are of relevance and interest to entire audience here. And sir, there'll be many more who will be watching this or listening to this conversation through YouTube. See, today, artificial intelligence is something which is no longer going to come, no longer something in the horizon. It has already touched our lives in multiple ways. Before you even finish keying in a question, you're prompted an answer of very, very accurate nature. It has affected us in every possible way, from education to trade, industry, manufacturing, even creative arts and so on. So sir, the question is, which all of us would like to learn from you, AI is not going to happen, it is already there. So the question is how and how soon and which way should we embrace, particularly in the engineering fraternity?
Thank you, Professor Manna. Hello?
Yeah, it's on, sir.
Okay. First of all, it is an honor and a privilege to sit here with Professor Manna, a very highly accomplished engineer, a very distinguished professor at IIT Kharagpur, and then the director of IIT Kanpur, and to top it all, the former president of INAE. So it's a big honor for me. Second, it is as big an honor and a rare opportunity for me to be with you all. I have always believed that the only asset of any country is the power of human mind. And in this room, you have a good example of that. Therefore, it is such a privilege to be with this large uh, number of highly developed minds that are part of this interaction. Thank you for that. Now, coming to the artificial intelligence, what is it that we need to do is, today everybody says we're using AI in almost everything. You all know that there are two kinds of algorithms in AI. One is algorithms that you can teach first and then ask it to do something. The second is what we call self-learning algorithms. By and large, the first type of algorithm, they depend on machine learning, deep learning, etc., which the major input there is large multiple regression, and of course some neural networks. The second part is where deep learning and neural networks do play a very important role. The importance for a country like India is to use artificial intelligence algorithms or to create agents, what is called agentic AI, in an assistive manner, not in every case in a replacement manner. Yes, there are areas where it has to be replacement manner. For example, working in hazard places, remote robotic surgery, advanced military exercises. Those are all areas where you can use human replaceable algorithms. On the other hand, by and large, most of our applications will, or AI applications, will look at improving the work productivity of human beings. Whether it is in education, whether it is in healthcare, whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in services, whether it is in public governance system. In every one of these areas, the need of the day for us is to improve our work productivity. And most often technology is a tool to enhance work productivity, by and large. Of course, certain technologies bring more comfort, certain technologies reduce cost, certain technologies enhance entertainment, all of that is there. But all these can be traced to enhancing the work productivity or the efficiency of human beings. So my personal belief is that there are hundreds of areas in our country where we can use both types of algorithms, that is the trainable algorithms with large amounts of data and self-learning algorithms. to solve some of the critical problems. What are those? Let's look at a few important things. The first one is the air quality index in India. We have been grappling for the last at least 55 years. I remember this, about the low quality of air in Delhi. Sometimes it even goes to 1500, which is, I mean, London is 20. I was in Kuala Lumpur 3 days ago. It is air quality index was 20. Bangalore is about 120. Delhi was about 780 or something. Now, why is it that all the wonderful, highly distinguished, highly accomplished engineers that are assembled here and that are part of the Indian National Academy of Engineering say, we will form a group and find a solution to the problem of pollution in Delhi? It's somewhat, particularly when you hear from foreigners, snide comments, it pains us. They cannot understand how, after 60, 70 years, we have not been able to solve. Let me give you a comparative example. In 1979, when my plane landed in Los Angeles, there was so much of smog all around. But 1983, it was cleared. They have not heard of that problem since 83. So my request is, look at what could be called grand challenges for our country. One is air. Second is, India is woefully short of water. Think about an inexpensive method of recycling water and producing clean water, potable water. That is a challenge that INAE should take. Third, thanks to Dr. Swaminathan, who brought in green revolution, along with Dr. Norman Borlaug in the US, India became self-sufficient. But however, since the time of Sri Subramaniam, who was at that time the Minister of Agriculture or something, and Professor, late Swaminathan, since then we have not produced any new method of ensuring that the soil is not saturated in the kind of fertilizers that we put there. As you all know, Punjab, the wheat granary of India, the rice granary in Andhra Pradesh, etc., they're all slowly declining. That will once again become an issue. Fourth, look at the traffic situation in Bangalore. It takes an hour to go from one part of a suburb to another part of the suburb. Urban planning is almost non-existent. If INAE could say, we will use these algorithms to come out with better urban planning, you would have added tremendous. The biggest problem I find in India is, somehow we engineers do not seem to think that our métier, as it's called in French, or our, I don't know what in English we say, our task or whatever it is to solve problems. So therefore, if we can get to solving problems, and in using the self-learning algorithms, you'll have to create guardrails so that it doesn't do something undesirable. Sorry, I can go on and on.
Yeah,
and on
sir,
and
I think in brief what you're saying is that there's no question whether or not we have to embrace and in a definitive way, we should identify the grand challenges faced by the nation, and INAE has a role there.
Yeah.
Sir, where are the teachers who will actually introduce these kind of new subject domains? And we are now convinced in all the universities, including IITs, we face a huge dearth of teachers who are not only competent in AI as AI, but also application of AI in various engineering disciplines. For example, mechanics or thermodynamics or electrical machines. In every possible discipline today, AI has a role. And at least people of our generation, we were not trained to use AI as a tool to pursue those problems. So training teachers who are competent to teach fundamental subjects using AI as tool, there is a huge need. And what would be your advice as to how we should go by?
Well, in some way, Professor Manna is the originator of the idea of training teachers in certain engineering subjects in Tier 2 and Tier 3 colleges. In addition to all the wonderful work that he has done, my suggestion is to leave aside our ego and then get our alumni from the developed world, as well as well-known professors from the developed world. Give them adequate or competitive compensation. Make their life very comfortable here. Welcome them with open arms and let them come and just hold 2-month-long programs. You invite 100 of them, and 25 in the north, 25 in the south, 25 in the center, 25 in the west, and whatever, 125, 25 in the east. It doesn't cost you much. Even if you gave them somewhere around, for 2 months, about $30,000, it's not a big deal. But all these things require a certain vision. All these things require a certain self-confidence amongst our rulers. We have to say, while India at one point of time, 2000 years ago, was a great nation, today it is not. Therefore, our greatness is our showing open-mindedness to learn from whoever has solved. I think we need to do that. In fact, I had suggested bringing about 10,000 STEM retired teachers from high schools in the developed world, give them each $100,000 a year, and hold training program for secondary and primary school teachers. These are all somewhat radical, but I do think that they will yield a lot of dividends for us. So let's keep aside our ego. Mera Bharat is Mahan, we agree. Mera Bharat is Mahan because we are open-minded. It's not that we are number one. We are not number one. Everybody knows that. Let's not kid ourselves. We are Mahan because we are open-minded. So I would say that seek help from wherever it is available in a win-win way. Make those people feel welcome here. Make their life comfortable. Let them deliver. Evaluate them. Maybe some of them are not good, so next time you won't invite them. In addition to some people from our higher education systems like IITs and IASC or ISES or whatever it is. I think solutions are possible for everything.
So it is absolutely urgent. I mean, we can't wait anymore. Sir,
The biggest bottleneck to solutions is our ego. That is what we should overcome.
true. Sir, I mean, talking about education, you know, we have a very well celebrated policy called National Education Policy 2020. Dr. Kasturangan was the chief architect. Now, that says the government should spend 6% of the GDP on education, and the gross enrollment ratio today, somebody claims it's 26%. We are not too sure about that data. I'm talking about the tertiary level. And I mean, to take it, the government desires to take it to 50% above, which is higher than the world average. And the outlay on education is still 3 to 4%, and we are the fifth largest economy in the world. So obviously 1% makes a huge difference, but we are not seeing any major indications. Sir, how important it is to raise our budget outlay on education?
Well, Professor, this is an issue that I have spoken about for the last 40 years. Somehow in India, we are always concerned about inputs. We are not concerned about outputs. We are not concerned about outcomes. Let me tell you, I was invited by Sri J.H. Patel, who was our chief minister, probably 32 years ago, to be part of the state planning board. So I went there, I was enthusiastic, and there was a lady officer, I don't want to give her name, who made a presentation. She was the planning secretary. So she said in 91 we constructed this many houses, in 92 we constructed, etc. So I asked that lady, ma'am, did you work towards improving the efficiency of construction? Did you produce more houses per whatever million rupee that you spent in 92 compared to 91? Did the quality of what you were constructing become better 3 years, 2 years later? That was the last time I received invitation for that cloning plan.
So I think, sir, this is a very important message for the audience and each one of us here, that output actually matters more than the input. A typical bureaucratic way is to say that so many percentage, so many millions of dollars or crores of rupees are allocated, but what comes out of that actually? So that's...
Yeah. So my suggestion, Professor, is this, that first let us do an open-minded, transparent audit of what is the state of our primary and secondary and college education. Then we can think of this.
True.
You know better than I do that in 2002, India was ranked 73rd out of 74 nations in the PISA index, which is the OECD standard for primary and secondary thing. I mean, to be ranked 73rd out of 74 nations is not something of which you and I can be proud of. What did we do? We said we will not participate in that. Mera Bharat Mahan, ho gaya. So I think I have, at least running Infosys for 33 years, I realized one thing. If Infosys has to improve, we have to become open-minded to learn from people who are better than us. We have to learn from the competition. We have to learn from professors. We have to learn from intelligent employees. So, if we become open minded to understand what are the reasons why we have not been able to make progress that is worthy of our nation and take some quick actions, things will happen. But otherwise, even if you put 6%, it won't improve, let me assure you.
Yeah, I think that's a very important message, that just showing intention or allocating budget is not going to work. We actually have to look at the outcome of it. Sir, one other, this is may sound strange. I'm into my 40th year in the education profession, and out of which 35 years I lived in the government protection. Only in last 5 years I have known something called outside the government patronage, the private institutions. And to my horror, I realized that there are many, many schemes, good schemes of the government, in which the private institutions are not eligible. So there are many for example, One Nation, One Subscription scheme. Those from academia would know. Today it's very difficult to publish papers in top journals because most of the journals demand author publication charges, and that's very expensive. So government has rolled out a scheme to help the IITs and top institutions in the country, that government will provide the subscription for them and professors can publish there. Private institutions are not eligible for that scheme. More students today go to the private institutions in the country than to the government institutions. So unless we care for all, sir, I don't think we really can expect the country to be really great. So sir, what do you say?
Well, that again is a remnant of the colonizer mindset. When the British were ruling us 78 years ago, their objective, rightly, I don't blame them, rightly to protect the interest of the crown and to make sure that the crown derived as much benefit from the colonies as possible. I can't blame them after all. They were smart, they managed to rule India, all of that. But that mindset has continued even today, because those who belong to the government are our people, the rest of them are foreigners, the rest of them are our enemies, rest of them do not deserve any encouragement. See, that mindset is at least 78-year-old. That again comes back to the issue of being open-minded to learn from other developing countries like Singapore. Look at Singapore, look at Thailand, look at Malaysia, look at Eastern Europe. They've all transformed, but we have not transformed. So if we create advisory committees in every function of the government, where you take people who are highly respected, who are highly accomplished in whatever they did, as advisors to each of the ministries, and give the chairman of that committee a status equivalent to the cabinet minister in charge of that function, then it will change. But that again requires the government to give up its power, to share it with the people. So that, I think, it all comes down to open-mindedness,
Right,
nothing else.
Right. Sir, we often hear about another very important strength of the country called demographic dividend. And these are all related. 1.4 plus billion people, youngest nation in the world. And there you may try to set up many more schools, colleges, employ many more teachers, and just not in education, whether it's sports or music or industry, anywhere. Quality, unfortunately, is not really proportional to quantity. It's rather the other way around. So we can set up more number of institutions, more organizations. Quality tends to suffer. Now, but for a large country like ours, where we have no dearth of challenges ahead of us, we have to not only increase the numbers, but also have to ensure quality. So, sir, what is your advice as to how learned bodies like INAE, or for that matter, the policymakers, which way should we move?
You know, I mean, you are a very learned professor. All of the people here are very learned people. They know better than I do. Whenever there is a problem, one thing I was taught was to take a little bit time, think deeply about what are the reasons why we failed, or what are the reasons why we are where we are as against where we wanted to be. But for that you need transparency, for that you need openness, for that you need to write down so that everybody knows. If we identify why we have not been able to produce quality along with quantity, if we say these are the reasons, and try and attack those, what are the resources needed to attack those problems? Should we be able to invite professors from outside India who can come and, as I pointed out earlier, hold summer programs for teachers of tier 2, tier 3 colleges, along with our IITs and IISc? Should we send more and more students abroad for their PhD, like it used to be? There used to be a thing called National Scholarship for Study Abroad. I don't know if it still exists. And that was a wonderful scheme that was started by Jawaharlal Nehru. And so, but the tragedy of that was 95% of Indians didn't come back. The guys who got scholarship, they got PhD from MIT, Stanford, Caltech, and Cornell, all of that, but they all stayed back there. But we have to work out a deal with the governments of the developed countries, saying these guys will not be allowed to work there. They will have to come back for 5 years. They have to work here. The outcomes will be measured of their spending here, and then we will release it.
So you mentioned
Singapore does that.
Exactly, I was about to say that.
Exactly.
Singapore exactly does that.
Exactly. There
Yeah.
was a classmate of my son. My son went to Cornell. Professor Boris Olpadwala is here. He was Dean of Architecture at Cornell. And he had a classmate. He did very well, but he had to go back to Singapore because he said, look, I got scholarship from Singapore. I have to be back in Singapore a certain number of years, and then only I can come back and do my PhD. So these are all because of some vested interests. We don't implement this policy because somebody's son is there, he has got scholarship, and therefore my son will suffer, therefore I won't do it. I think there are lots of issues. So my suggestion is, as engineers, if you people were to form a small group and then say, what are the reasons why we are not able to improve the quality while improving quantity? What are the 4 or 5 reasons? What are the steps that we need to take in order to overcome these lacunae? And how much of money is needed for how long to solve this problem? See, look at this own PISA thing. 2012 was when that PISA thing happened. It is 13 years. Nothing has happened. Nothing.
So a lot of dispassionate analysis and
Yeah,
soul searching is
exactly.
needed.
See, that's what we are all, we're all engineers. Engineering is about using the power of science to apply it to real life problems and solve them. That's all what engineering is. So if we have noticed that the quality has not improved, then we can form a small thing and produce, write it in Times of India, write it in Hindu, write it in India Today. Same article can be published or some different names can be put so that to satisfy all these guys. And we have to enhance the awareness. We should not be scared of saying that, no, this fellow will get upset, that fellow will get upset. I think that is needed.
So now a googly to you. If you are allowed to reboot your entire life and career, professional career, would you trade the same path, found Infosys, and pursue the way you did? Or do you have certain advices to the youngsters who want to be entrepreneurs, which way they could turn out to be even more successful?
I think that's a very good question. First of all, let me say this. I am the son of a high school teacher. There is maximum respect for teachers in my family. Therefore, if I could not pursue the path that I did, I would have tried my best to be a teacher. I had scholarship to do my PhD in the US as well as at Technion Israel. My choice was Technion Israel. And when I got this job in Paris, all my young friends said, no man, you can do your PhD later. Go to Paris, you are young, the city is Paris, you are getting good salary and all of that. And there I got influenced about various isms, socialism, capitalism, libertarianism and communism. And then I decided to come back to India to conduct an experiment. But I would have been very proud to have been a teacher.
Oh, that's very, very, at least for those of us from academia, we certainly can feel very happy. Sir, we often hear in this country a word called jugaad, and we tend to mistake this to be innovation. Compared to Finland, whose population is as much as in Calcutta, and they rank 1/4 of Calcutta, and they rank 7th in the world in Global Innovation Index. India is 30th or 32nd, somewhere around that. Has improved, of course. It used to be worse than that. Korea 4th, if we compare ourselves with countries like Israel and so on. So there's a long way to go, and without these incremental developments and innovation, we will never be able to compete in technology with the rest of the world. So what would be your advice, sir?
Well, let me talk about what we did at Infosys. In 1990 or so, 35 years ago, we were very small, almost zero, companies that had reached big heights, that had succeeded. We said, what are the things that these people do? And we found that their main weapon was innovation to create a differentiated business value to their customers compared to their competitors. That was one line. Then we said, how did they create innovation? We realized that they created an environment where there was open-mindedness to new ideas. There was a hierarchy of ideas rather than hierarchy of corner offices and titles. There was an environment of justice. There was an environment of meritocracy. There was an environment that protected the dignity and honor of every employee. And most importantly, we realized that innovation is not the preserve of a few people in white coats in the company. Innovation has to be demonstrated by the peon who cleans your offices. It has to be demonstrated by the CEO who runs the company. It has to be demonstrated by the head of sales, by somebody in software development, etc. So in 1990, we conducted a workshop. At that time, we were only 150 people, very small, where everybody was invited, starting from peons to the chairman and CEO. Without exception, they were all good people, they were wonderful people. They came and attended. We did it in our canteen. And we got 4 people to explain what is innovation, why innovation is important, how innovation will make the company stronger, etc., etc. We did it in 4 languages. We did it in English, we did it in Hindi, we did it in Kannada, and we did it in Tamil, because by and large we found that we covered about 90% to 92% of the employees with these 4 languages. After that was done, 2 days later, one of the janitors, peons, by name Chandrapa, he came to me. He asked me in Kannada, "Sir, there was this whole presentation on innovation. You know, they were very good, etc., but somehow I didn't understand the whole thing. Can you explain?" I said, "Chandrapa, not a problem, please sit down." I sat down with him and told him, "Chandrapa, you are responsible for cleaning 8 conference rooms every day. Tomorrow morning, when you come for your job, when you start cleaning the first conference room, ask 3 important questions. 1, how do I do whatever I am doing today faster tomorrow than today?" I said, "Look, you are using one for cleaning the table, maybe 1 piece of cloth. Try and see if you can clean it with 2 hands. You may improve sometimes maybe 30%, sometimes 60%, sometimes 20%. But then you will see what was the mistake that you did in using 2 hands. Or there may be, you will think of a tool that will have 2 branches with a stick, and that will clean 2 parts of the table. In other words, you have improved, you have done whatever you are doing today faster tomorrow." Second, I said, "Chandrapa, ask the following question. Whatever you are doing today, how can you do it cheaper tomorrow?" I said, "After you finish cleaning today, go to the market, talk to the people, find out if there is a cheaper cleaning liquid, or if there is a cleaning liquid that is more efficient than what you are using, and if you use the same quantity, you can clean even a larger surface. Thereby, you have reduced the amount of cleaning liquid. Thereby, you have reduced this one. Third, there may be a new product which may clean much better, and that may be less expensive. So, that was the second question. And the third question I asked him was, when you start cleaning today, ask the following question. What can I do tomorrow to clean the table with a better quality than what I did today? Today, when you finish cleaning the table, please spend a few minutes and look at how many specks of dust remained on the table. Then think about how you can reduce the number of specks of dust. Today, let's say that it was 5, you say tomorrow I'll make sure it is 4. Or go to the market and find out if there is a mechanism to reduce the dust. I said that is how you improve the quality of what you're doing. So I said all that you need to worry about in every one of your jobs, whether you are the CEO, whether you are the peon, it doesn't matter. That is, how do I do things faster tomorrow? How do I do things cheaper? Third, how do I do with a better quality? Sometimes at different levels, you may say, no, I can't use this tool. This is nothing. I will go and read. Books are those days, internet was not as good today. Maybe in journals, in the US journals or something, there may be something else that you can use to do all those things. So I said, this is all what innovation is. There is nothing, this is not invention, but many times innovation leads to invention. Innovation is the desire to do things faster, cheaper, and better. So, then of course, the point I'm making is, every one of us, whether one is a peon, whether one is a cook, whether one is a CEO, every one of us can do our job faster, cheaper, better. The important thing for a leader is to create an environment where this becomes part of your mindset. And you have to create an environment where nobody is afraid of trying. The biggest problem we have is we are all afraid of failing. We are all scared of what our colleagues will say. We are all afraid of smarter people looking down on us. Somehow, the job of a leader is to overcome this, to ensure that everybody in the company would say, I will try this new idea. If it fails, I will not be punished. As long as I didn't do anything unethical willingly. That is a different aspect. So I personally feel that sorry I took a little bit extra time, but this is important. If INAE can indeed form a group, there are so many distinguished people, and they were to analyze why have we not been able to enhance the quality of the colleges while we have enhanced the number of them. And you people know solutions better than anybody else. And then you will have to call the industry, you will have to call the government and say, this is what we want to do. We need your support. This is for the country. This is not for any one of you. This is for the country. Look at China. China has become 6 times GDP of India. I mean, in the same period, 1978, when Deng Xiaoping said, I don't care whether the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. 78 to 2025, in a period of 47 years, China became 6 times India. China's exports, I'm sure all of you know, last year was $3.6 trillion. You know what the export of US was that same period? Just $2 trillion. You know what the export of India was? Anybody guess? It was 470 billion. So, the reality is that I used to say at Infosys, before you blame others, first ask, why am I not doing as well as the other guy? What is it that I need to do? What is it that I need to correct myself to become better? Once we do that, I can tell you, you'll be opening up your mind, and the moment India opens its mind to learn from people better than us, to focus on speed, imagination, and excellence in execution, I'm very confident that India too would accelerate like China.
So I think what you also implied is, apart from faster, cheaper, and better, it has to be a continuous urge. Like you said, every time we should ask ourselves, how can I do things better? So there has to be a continuous urge to do things, improvise things or improve things from what we are today.
In some way, you people are doing, almost without exception, I would say IIT directors, IIM directors, IISc directors, ISER directors, most of them have high aspirations. But they need to communicate to youngsters a vision as to where India can be if we work smart, if we worked hard, if we become open-minded to learn from people better than us, if we use innovation, where we can be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. And then they have to work with our bureaucracy, with our politicians, who come from a different background, we all understand, to somehow appreciate the value of all of this. See, the primary job of a leader is to raise the aspirations of people, is to make people feel an inch taller in his presence. George Bernard Shaw once said, of course, late Robert Kennedy borrowed his words, and he said, most people see things as they are and wonder why. I dream of things that never are and then say, why not? I think that is where the leadership will have to become a little bit bolder, because they are as much interested in the country as anybody else. It's not that anybody who says we should have high aspiration is anti-India, right? So I think all of you must come together as a group, voice your opinion, find solutions. You see, we cannot only criticize and then say that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Then everybody will say, "Arey man, don't come here because we are sick of you." However, as long as it's constructive criticism, as long as you say this is the path to solution, these are the resources needed, we want you to help us, I think we will be able to solve.
So seeing India in better lights brings us to another very important topic, that India wants to be self-reliant in technology and so on. It's a far cry. there are sectors where we certainly are doing very well. In fact, sir, your friend Saurav Srivastav the other day, he claimed, and it's data which is available, some 20, 30 years ago, there used to be only about 10,000 entrepreneurs, and today India has registered more than 1.5 lakh entrepreneurs, and not just in services, but including in hardware manufacturing. So, sir, my next question is, while we want to be self-reliant, our contribution coming from manufacturing to the overall GDP is fairly low, maybe 15, 16, 17%. The Prime Minister wants it to go to 25, 30%. And there are countries, I mean, Korea, for example, 40% and so on. And today we are in a situation where our trade deficit is large. Recent data shows about 40, 50 billion. And the debt to GDP ratio also is very alarming, 20%. So how to boost the manufacturing sector?
I don't know if you, most of you may have noticed that, read that. China became the first country in the history of this planet to create a trade surplus of $1 trillion. You're talking about deficit,
yeah,
here 40 billion a month, whatever it is. China became. I think what that says is it is possible. It requires a lot of hard work. It requires a lot of imagination. It requires high aspirations. It requires great leaders, all of that. Unfortunately, India took the wrong strategic decision in the 70s when we were looking at manufacturing. We came out with a very strange concept called phased manufacturing. What they said was, we will first make components and then we will make finished product. But you know what happens is when you take a decision at a high level, unless that decision, the rationale for the decision, the implications of that decision, actions to be taken is not clearly explained to the ground level people, they will destroy that strategic decision. You know what happened in 1975? At that time, there used to be a minister, deputy minister called Sanjeevi Rao in the Department of Electronics, and P.P. Gupta was the secretary and a few others. Somehow the customs people and others were given the message that we have to focus on components, not finished goods. So the customs people, the customs department got the message, indirect message, that reduce the duty on finished products, increase the duty on components. Understood what happened? Everybody imported finished products. Nobody of course imported components. Neither components were manufactured, and the finished product was coming in very cheap. That was a foolish decision. We have not recovered from that. Second, you see, other countries which are somewhat more humble than us, including Japan, they said, India, their country, Japan was not a very rich country at that time. Therefore, we have to export to create jobs, because the disposable income in the country is low. So what they did was, let us first learn to make toys. Then they went to transistor radios.
Then they went to TVs, etc., etc. But we Indians, we have very high ego. We cannot do all of that. That's all very low for us. So, whether it is Japan, whether it is China, they all went from low-tech products to high-tech products. Why low-tech product? The reality is that in India, as you know, about 50% to 55% are semi-literate. They hardly can read. For them, manufacturing should be simple. You should not have to explain very complicated stuff. Therefore, if we were to say we will make the best toy in the world and we will sell it at an attractive price, we will succeed, like China did, like Japan did. Unfortunately, that has not happened in India.
True.
We want to make semiconductors, we want to do this, we want to do that, all of that. But there are people who have already become such experts in those. They make it at such scales. They make it at such attractive prices. And the capital cost is huge. What kind of jobs do you provide for to create out of this? Very few. It is like the Indian software industry. While Indian software industry may have created 7 to 9 million jobs, but that's a minuscule. Yes, it has given a certain level of confidence to the West in the Indian capability to think. Beyond that, its contribution is not that great in the sense of number of jobs created. So here, if we were to be very practical, if we were to set aside our ego, if we were to be a little bit more humble and then say, we will look at what the semi-literate villager in India, when coming together under the organized companies, can produce using simple processes, you produce something world class and provide the best value for money. We will learn a lot of good things. We'll learn how to sell outside. We'll create these jobs, large number of jobs, and then India will. This is what China has done. This is what Japan has done.
So this is something very interesting proposition you are saying, that while we pursue to send satellites or create other very important electronic devices, at the same time it's very important that we create opportunities where grassroots level people without much of an education or training can participate.
Absolutely.
Right. Sir, India consumes 30% of the world average of energy consumption. Yesterday we had a very illuminating lecture from Professor Vasi on solar energy situation in the country, and things are improving very much. But we take only 2%, we get only less than 2% from nuclear energy, where many of us believe that India had a huge opportunity because we are one of the 8 nations in the world who are capable of harnessing energy from nuclear resources. Now, whether it's nuclear or solar or wind or hydro, there is a dire need, because without which India cannot be a developed nation. So what is your perception about the energy route? Which way India can be an energy surplus country without endangering the environment?
When you pursue nuclear, we have to be very careful whether we have the required raw material, because these are all issues that could become a subject of protection and blockade and all of that. So we cannot expose ourselves to serious problems because there is a difference of opinion between US and India or something. On the other hand, if we focus even more on solar energy, if we focus even more on wind energy, if we focus even more on hydroelectric resources, and reduce our focus on fossil fuels, convert more and more of our vehicles to electric vehicles, I do believe that we will be leading to a better country. Because fortunately sun is impartial to all of us, whether it's India, China, US, whatever Mr. Trump may say, sun will definitely fall on us. So we have to look at how we can leverage solar energy. But there are a lot of issues, a lot of hurdles from bureaucracy. Let me give you, I am not making it up. About a month ago, there was an article by Swaminathan Ankleshwariya Iyer. He said an entrepreneur who wanted to manufacture solar panel found that he had to go through 2,375 approvals. No, I mean, see, Professor Manna, the thing I don't understand is, maybe I'm an idiot, that these are all evident. Why can't we remove all these hurdles? And then say, no, we are poor, we are this, we are that. 2000 years ago, we had rockets, we had planes, that's all fine. But the solution is to remove hurdles today.
True.
So, I personally believe, I mean, looking at the example of Infosys itself, we came from zero, and it is now 44 years. 44 years is not bad. You know, it has not disappeared, it's going strong. Therefore, I believe if we jokers could do this for Infosys, I think there are so many smart people in India. They can solve every problem of India as long as we enhance transparency, we enhance accountability, we are open-minded to learn from people who have performed better than us and do it. That is the biggest challenge in India.
Yeah, I mean, basically empower the population who actually are willing to serve, willing to offer. Sir, Human Development Index is another sore point. Depends on education, health, and quality of life.
Yeah.
India is 130th
Yeah.
out of 170 or odd countries. And we aspire to be a developed nation in about 22 years from now. So it's a very steep task. It's a very difficult task. And typically, one expects the developed nations, there's no quantifiable parameter, but I mean, there's a general belief that 0.8 out of 1 or 80% of that index. India's current number is 0.6 something, which places us at 130th. So there's a lot to be done. Of course, we are all aware, and this is not an easy task, but I mean, with your experience and sir, exposure, what would you recommend? Which are the priorities?
You know, again, it comes back to what I said before. We have to sit down, I mean, expert groups will have to sit down and then say, why are we so low on nutrition? We give free ration to 800 million Indians. 57% of our population gets free ration. In addition, we give free electricity here. We give free buses. Okay. Now, I don't know whether it's right or wrong. That's not the issue. The point I'm making is, after all of that, why is it that we are still low, 131, 132 out of those? Some bright, respected, accomplished people must sit down and they must be given all assistance to come out and understand why we are where we are and what are the solutions other countries have used, in what way that should be modified so that it can succeed here. What is the resource needed? What is the time needed? I have not seen any such attempt. So, India, we have made a science of wallowing in apathy. Oh, this is a problem, kya karega, what happened, all of that. So, all problems are solvable provided we put in the required aspiration, the required smartness, the required hard work, the required discipline, the required meritocracy, the required honesty, required culture. So therefore, the need of the day is the cultural transformation of the country. That is easier said than done. It is not, there is no magic wand here.
So you made a mention to some very important indications. Number one, cultural transformation. Number two, meritocracy. I think it's time that we learn compliance won't fetch us any wonder. We have to question, we have to ask very hard questions and subject ourselves to scrutiny, and then possibly we can expect certain success.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
that's a long way. Sir, before we have already consumed, I'm sure all of us have lost track of time, but I know very well Mr. Murthy's PS warned me that he has another very important engagement and cannot stay here more than 12. It's already past 12. So before I end, you mentioned about our experiment with CEEE. And on behalf of the President, I would like to thank you for your blessings more than anything else. The way you gave us confidence that if INAE wants to train engineering teachers and bring them up to a certain level from the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 institutions, that will be a very major service to the nation. And that certainly gave us a huge amount of fillip, and we went ahead and incidentally, today probably is the first anniversary of the MOU we signed with Infosys. So, so that mandate is 1,000 teacher every year, 4,000 in 4 years. We are inching towards that. 900 in the first year we had 900, so hopefully we'll have much better output and so on. We would like to hear from you, sir. With this unprecedented, unparalleled support through CSR route from Infosys Foundation, and with the blessings from you, which way INAE should focus and really make it an outstanding example before the nation, that an academy is not just busy in electing fellows, but an academy which actually is truly serving the nation.
No, I think, Professor Manna, I am a great admirer of you. I have great respect for you. And of course, Dr. Patil and others. I think it is such people that come out with good vision, great ideas. When you came out with the idea about how to improve the quality of teachers in tier 2, tier 3 colleges, I was really very stunned. I said, look, here is an extraordinary individual who realizes that the only solution to solving India's problem is by empowering the bright minds. There is no other solution. No other solution. So I said, look, to be to be an even enthusiastic observer who will cheer them when they are running this marathon is a privilege. That is the way I looked at it. I think what you people are doing is extraordinary, excellent. What I would request is this. I would request a progress report once a quarter
Sure.
on saying how many people you have trained in what areas, etc. And after a year or so, before before these teachers went through your training, what was the opinion of the students in those classes? Take a survey, and after they went through this course, take a survey and then see if that effort has indeed created positive outcomes.
How much they have benefited from
How
it.
much they have benefited. I think that will enthuse every corporate leader. I can assure you that. But for that, we have to start collecting data. The trouble with India is our civilization is an oral civilization, oral tradition. We don't believe in writing. Everything is oral. So if it is oral, it is lost. And all kinds of imaginary stuff is written and said, we did this, we had rockets and this and that, all of that happens. So my request to you is this: before people attend the course, let the colleges conduct a survey of that teacher or those teachers, and decide some KPIs, and then after your thing, let's see how they perform. The moment there is a positive outcome, I think
Sure.
every corporate leader will be.
Sir, you'll be glad to learn that within just about 3 months exercise, we could convince 125 faculty members from the 5 IITs.
Yeah.
And we are thankful to all those 5 IIT. These are the older IITs, Kanpur, Delhi, Bombay,
Wonderful.
Madras,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Kharagpur. All 5 directors
Yeah.
agreed. We have domain coordinators, we have center coordinators. They're all very experienced teachers.
No, but then again, you are talking of input. I'm talking of outcomes.
True.
See,
Exactly.
again, I'm shifting to outcomes.
Yeah. So we need such hard taskmasters who would ask us such difficult questions, and we certainly are willing to give answers. So, Mr. Patil, we have a task at hand, and we have to prove we are doing well. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much on behalf of the Academy. And yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murthy sir, for insightful and engaging talk. Your perspective have given us a lot to reflect and will undoubtedly inspire us moving forward. On behalf of everyone here, thank you for being part of this event and for adding such great value to our program. Let us give a huge round of applause again. May I request Professor Indranil Manna to present memento to our esteemed speaker of the session, Mr. N.R. Narayana Murthy. I would request Mr. J.D. Patil sir, President INAE, to please come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would request everyone to please settle down. We will start the next session in just few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the urgency of time. We are at 12:26 right now, and we have an induction process to commence. Within 4 minutes, I propose we start again at 12:30. I will just request the INAE leadership to be here shortly, so that without any delay, we continue the proceedings. And I understand that a lot of you have flights to catch from here. So after we are done with the proceedings today, at 1:30 we propose to close. There's a lunch which has been organized for all our esteemed guests, and immediately after lunch, those who desire some transport from us, we have got transport laid out continuously towards the airport, so that we can have a quick getaway before the flights further torment us with their cancellations. So thank you for being patient. I hope you enjoyed the talk or the fireside chat, and very soon, in next 3 to 4 minutes, we'll just commence the process of induction of the fellows. May I request all the conveners who are around to kindly be just be ready with your citations which you have to read. We will start with the engineering section 1 shortly, and as Mr. Murthy leaves, I will request the leadership to be up on the dais very soon. Good afternoon once again to our esteemed guests who are present here today, our esteemed fellows, newly inducted fellows, young associates. Kindly be seated. We're about to start in next 1 minute. Meanwhile, those who have their mobile phone on, request to kindly keep them on silent. This is a very sanguine ceremony wherein the life's work of eminent engineers get recognized. So let's keep the sanctity of the occasion in mind. Kindly settle down, kindly move up. Please settle down. So good afternoon once again. With that, I shall request President INAE, Mr. J.D. Patil, Professor Sivaji Chakravarti, Vice President INAE, Mr. T. Suvarna Raju, Vice President INAE, Professor U.B. Desai, Vice President INAE, to kindly take the place at the dais. I'm sure the esteemed fellows who are being inducted today would have seen a dry rehearsal of the process we are about to follow, but just for the sake of surety, I'll just describe. The respective conveners will call on the inducting fellow, read out their citation, and at that point of time, I'll request the honorable fellow to take a place here. It is their moment on the red carpet, wherein the citation is read out, followed by the reading of the oath by President INAE, and then the presentation of the parchment, followed by the entry in the INAE register, which is right at the extreme of the dais, and then the exit. Meanwhile, we are very happy to note that our head of the organization of our gracious host, Dr. D.K. Sunil, is right here with us, and with the permission of the President, if I may commence the proceedings. So for that, may I invite Mr. T. Suvarna Raju, former CMD, HAL, and our Vice President to kindly do the honors in reading the citation in respect of Dr. D.K. Sunil, FNAE.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. D.K. Sunil, Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. He is a distinguished technologist with 4 decades experience in aerospace and defense sector. Under his stewardship and leadership, HAL has transformed into a Maharatna company and became the first defense PSU to achieve Maharatna status. His technological acumen has led to design, development of software-defined radio for various Indian fixed-wing and rotary-wing platforms, such as Dornier 228, Advanced Light Helicopter, etc. This involved development of hardware, software, and a waveform, giving India its very own secure radio network of future. He also led the development of indigenous mission computer for Jaguar, light combat helicopter, aircraft Tejas, light combat helicopter, including development of mill-grade hardware and software, which led to self-reliance of our country in avionics domain and has given unilateral capability within our country to integrate any weapon system without support from the foreign original equipment manufacturers. I request President INAE to kindly induct Dr. D.K. Sunil as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering. Thank you.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. D.K. Sunil, a fellow thereof.
Thank you, sir. For the civil engineering section, it is now my earnest request to Professor CSP Ojha, Convener, Civil Engineering, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Roorkee, to kindly come to the stage and induct the newly elected fellows of INAE for Civil Engineering. Thank you, Professor Ojha. Please come.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I have great pleasure introducing Professor G.L. Shivkumar Babu. He is Professor, Department of Civil Engineering and Center for Sustainable Technologies, IIC Bangalore. So Professor Babu contributed significantly to research, teaching and practice in geotechnical and geoenvironmental engineering in India, including applications of probabilistic methods, geomechanics, forensic engineering, sustainable engineering, landfill engineering, pavement geotechnics, and remediation of contaminated sites. He handled many national and international research projects and contributed significantly to professional practice as consultant and in developing codes and guidance documents. He served as chairman of Center for Continuing Education, IIC Bangalore, for 10 years and introduced many initiatives in meeting the needs of professionals, teachers and students, and contributed to online education significantly. I request President INAE to induct Professor G.L. Shivkumar Babu as a fellow of the INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Shivkumar Babu, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Suresh Balla, who is just heading the stage. Professor, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, IIT Delhi. Professor Balla is well known for original groundbreaking India-centric research contributions in structural health monitoring that bridge fundamental research, technology translation from lab to field, and policy influence. He also works in the field of vibration control, piezoelectric energy harvesting assessment, and conservation of heritage structures and Indian knowledge system approach for green construction. His cutting-edge research dovetailed to engineered bamboo as a credible carbon-negative construction material aligns well with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 9, 12, and 13. His product process inventions have resulted in the incubation of 3 deep technology startups related to structural health monitoring, energy dissipation devices, and carbon-negative construction technology. I request President INAE to induct Professor Balla as a fellow of the INAE.
It's gone. In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Suresh Balla, to be a fellow thereof. working. No, no, I know. Yeah, Professor Oja.
Yes, Professor Subhankar Karmakar. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Subhankar Karmakar, Professor of Environmental Science and Engineering, and Vinay and Sameer Kapoor, Chair Professor in Climate Studies, IIT Mumbai. He specializes in hydroclimatic extremes, flood forecasting, and climate risk modeling. He developed the flood modeling module of India's first integrated urban flood forecasting system for Chennai, integrating 1D, 2D coupled hydrodynamic modeling with AI-driven analytics adapted by the Office of the PSA Government of India and transferred to NCCR MOES. He successfully transferred flood risk mapping technology to ISRO NRSC, demonstrated in the Mahanadi Basin, and created a climate adaptation mobile app under Manrega for block level vulnerability assessment across multiple states. He exemplifies engineering leadership linking science, technology, and policy for national resilience. I request President INAE to induct Professor Subhankar Karmakar as a fellow of INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the National Academy of Engineering, Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Subhankar Karmakar, a fellow thereof.
Now I invite Professor Arvind Kumar Nema. He is Deputy Director Operations and Professor Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, IIT Delhi. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor A.K. Nema, and he is a pioneer in the area of environmental systems analysis, environmental impact and risk assessment, and integrated waste management in India. Under his leadership, the framework for identification of critically polluted areas was developed and stabilized. He played a pivotal role in developing the manual on sewerage and sewage management and the committee for remediation of hazardous waste contaminated dump sites. His notable contributions have led to the creation of the Environmental Action Plan for critically polluted industrial areas, the use of waste as a supplementary resource, energy recovery initiatives, and the remediation of hazardous waste contaminated dump sites. I request President INAE to induct Professor Arvind Kumar Nema as a fellow of INAE. Yeah.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Nema, a fellow thereof.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Oja. I now request Professor Shalabh Bhatnagar, Department of Computer Science and Automation, ISC Bengaluru, convener, Section 2, to kindly come to the stage. Please, sir, over to you.
May I request Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan? I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan, University Professor of Technology and Innovation, Arizona State University, and former Director, US National Science Foundation. He is a global leader in science, technology, and innovation with more than 3 decades of experience in higher education and government. He has designed and built knowledge enterprises to advance research, innovation, academic programs, strategic partnerships, entrepreneurship, and global engagement for economic development, national security, and societal progress. His immediate past position was as the 15th Director of the US National Science Foundation and he received the Padma Shri from the President of India in May 2025. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan, in absentia, a Fellow thereof. Oh, you're present. Congratulations.
It is an incredible honor. It's always a pleasure, and in my case, it's doubly a pleasure to receive an honor bestowed by your peers as well as your country of birth. I accept this humbly and express my immense gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Rohini Srivatsa, Senior Advisor on Business and AI Strategy, Board Member and Professor, and former Chief Technology Officer, Microsoft India and South Asia. She has 3 decades of rich experience spanning research, strategy, consulting and technology, leadership, and has made significant contributions in the field of ethical and trustworthy AI across India's policy and industry ecosystem. She helped shape Niti Aayog's Responsible AI Policy for India Principles and Operationalization 2019 to 2021, along with the World Economic Forum. She contributed to NASSCOM's Responsible AI Resource Kit in 2023, served as Microsoft India's Responsible AI Leader 2018 to 25, and brought the Global South's perspectives to Microsoft Global Office of Responsible AI Sensitive Users Committee. She has taught at the Indian School of Business, Executive Education on Ethics, Privacy and Regulations in AI and ML since 2020. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Rohini Srivatsa as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Rohini Srivatsa, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Professor Venkatesh Babu Radhakrishnan. So I have great pleasure in introducing Professor R. Venkatesh Babu, Professor and Chair, Department of Computational and Data Sciences, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is a globally recognized leader in computer vision, deep learning and AI, and his pioneering contributions have significantly advanced the state of the art in critical areas. His research on adversarial robustness, domain adaptation and generative AI has driven the development of fair, deployable and truly generalized intelligent systems. Professor Babu's outstanding research contributions and exemplary academic leadership are well known. I request President INAE to induct Professor R. Venkatesh Babu as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Venkatesh Babu Radhakrishnan, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations. Turn around, straight. Congratulations.
Next is Professor Ponurangam Kumaraguru. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Ponurangam Kumaraguru, Professor of Computer Science in IIIT Hyderabad. He is a distinguished researcher and educator whose contributions span cyber security, privacy, social computing and responsible AI. His doctoral work at Carnegie Mellon University contributed to the creation of Wombat Security Technologies, later acquired for USD 225 million. Technologies that he has built like ASMA, Safety, TweetCred in the last 15 years have been used widely by government agencies and end users. As an ACM distinguished member and Vice President of ACM India, he has driven national programs like PhD Clinic and Anveshan Setu to enhance PhD research quality in the country. He is a TEDx speaker. His advisory roles with government committees and agencies have influenced national AI and data governance policies. I request President INAE to induct Professor Ponurangam Kumaraguru as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Ponumurugan Kumaraguru, as a fellow thereof.
Next is Dr. Arpan Pal.
Oh yes. Sir.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Arpan Pal, Distinguished Chief Scientist, TCS Research Tata Consultancy Services Limited. He has made exemplary contribution in the areas of embedded systems, signal processing, sensing, communication, and edge computing with real-life deployment of engineered products in the field of IoT and robotics, backed by research-led intellectual property as differentiator. He has also played a key role in promoting industry-academia ecosystem development in India around these areas. He has built systems, devices, and platforms spanning healthcare, manufacturing, and logistics industry with significant commercial and societal impact, and has been instrumental in bringing global recognition and attention to AI-driven industrial embedded systems. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Arpan Pal as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Arpan Pal, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Ms. Charumati Srinivasan. I have great pleasure in introducing Ms. Charumati Srinivasan, Corporate Vice President and Distinguished Engineer, Microsoft. She is an expert in distributed systems and cloud computing and is a pioneer who democratized advanced disaster recovery and data replication technologies, delivering innovative cloud-based solutions that protect businesses of all sizes. Under her leadership, key technologies such as Azure Site Recovery for business continuity and Azure Arc for hybrid cloud management have transformed how industries adopt and manage cloud computing. She developed secure clean room platforms for confidential computing, enabling collaborative analytics without compromising privacy. She also mentored world-class engineering teams, inspiring a new generation of innovators. Her work exemplifies engineering excellence with a human touch, bridging cutting-edge innovation with real-world impact. I request President INAE to induct Ms. Charumati Srinivasan as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Charumati Srinivasan, a fellow thereof. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Bhatnagar. I now call upon Professor N.C. Murmu, Director, CSIR, Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, to kindly come to the stage and induct the newly elected fellows for Engineering Section 3, that is the Mechanical Engineering section. Dr. Murmu, please.
Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Gandhi. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Gandhi, Professors, Department of Mechanical Engineering and Industrial Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He is pioneer researcher in the area of rotor machine, especially the hydraulic turbines, pumps. He contributed to understanding of vortex rope formations and mitigations during the off-design operation of turbine. His work benefited power plants through in-situ performance testing. He also developed an erosion-friendly guide vent design. His work on centrifugal slurry pump enabled increase in solid concentrations and improved service life. He innovated a slurry pod tester to experimentally simulate the erosion wear at high velocities for industrial applications. For Indian trains, he developed a centrifugal impeller and also contributed aerodynamic design. He improvised the design, construction and maintenance of water supply lines and schemes in hilly areas. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Gandhi as the Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Gandhi, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations once again.
Now Professor Bikram Sudhir Deshpande. I have great pleasures in introducing Professor Bikram Deshpande, Professor of Materials Engineering at Cambridge University. He has made seminal contributions in mechanics of materials, ranging from the design of micro-architect materials to modeling of soft and active materials. He has made fundamental discoveries by combination of novel experiments and theoretical insights that have laid the foundation for microstructural mechanics of engineering and biological systems, a new field that helped create during the past 1.5 decades. His work has redefined the modern frontiers of mechanics research and also had profound impact in engineering science and related technologies. I request President INAE to induct Professor Bikram Deshpande as a fellow of the National Academy of Engineering in absence here.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Vikram Sudhir Deshpande, in absentia, a fellow thereof. I believe you are going to join us online.
It is a great honor and privilege to be inducted as a member of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. To be recognized in my motherland is particularly gratifying. I look forward to working with and serving the Academy for the benefit of the country and broader society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Professor Amaris Chakraborty. I have great pleasures in introducing Professor Amaris Chakraborty, Senior Professor and Chair, Department of Design and Manufacturing, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is a pioneer in the areas of design theory, methodology, research methodology, DRM. Design research methodology co-developed by him is used worldwide for structuring design research. His significant contribution in creativity and biosphere design, such as the Sapphire model of casualty and integrated model of designing, have resulted design tools such as ideas, inspired functions that have led the major innovations in aerospace, biomedical, FMG sectors, to name few. He has also developed Ideas Lab, India's first design observatory, ISC Smart Factory, India's first indigenously developed smart factory, and D-Box, the gamified robot toolkit for transforming the design education for school children. I request President INAE to induct Professor Amrish Chakraborty as the Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Amrish Chakraborty, a fellow thereof.
Professor
Thank you.
Professor Prabhu Rajagopal. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Prabhu Rajagopal, Professor of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Professor Rajagopal is an expert in automation and data engineering. His original contribution in development of ultrasonic sensors, robotic platform, and secure data management are widely recognized. He co-founded startups including the Planis, submersible robot, Solinus, robot for the water and salinations, Zyma, high temperature ultrasonic sensors that are disrupting the asset integrated monitoring space with the deep industrial and societal impact. His work on blockchain and AI for the secure management of electronic records commercialized through Freedom is bridging the last mile connectivity gaps in healthcare and e-governance. He is the member of the board taking the startup incubator of IIT Palakkad and Global Sanitation Center of Excellence. He took charge of IIT Madras campus in Tanzania. I request President INAE to induct Professor Prabhu Rajagopal as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Prabhu Rajagopal, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Welcome to INAE.
Thank you, Professor Murmu. I now request Dr. Archana Sharma to kindly come to the dais and induct the newly elected fellows of Engineering Section 4, that is Chemical Engineering Section. Dr. Sharma.
Thank you for this pleasant duty. In this chemical engineering, 6 persons are getting inducted. So I will start with Professor Gareth H. McKinley. I have a great pleasure in introducing Professor Gareth H. McKinley, FRS Professor, School of Engineering, Professor of Teaching Innovation, Department of Mechanical Engineering, MIT, USA. He is a rheologist and chemical engineering specializing in unraveling the effects of viscoelasticity on the stability of fluid flows. He is a pioneer in the development of new rheological techniques for characterizing the time-dependent and non-linear material properties of complex fluids. He has developed a range of new instruments for measuring the extensional rheology of polymeric fluids, as well as novel software for rapidly characterizing and analyzing the non-linear and time-varying properties of polymers, suspension, and gels. I request President INAE to induct Professor Gareth H. McKinley as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Gareth McKinley, a fellow thereof in absentia. I believe he is online. Volume.
Elected as a foreign fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. This is a wonderful recognition, and I greatly appreciate all of your support and confidence.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now, next is Dr. Kirti Chandra Sahu. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Kirti Chandra Sahu, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. His research contributions include the study of cloud and raindrops, industrially relevant interfacial flows, and hydrodynamic instabilities. His groundbreaking experiments, conducted using his unique world-class experimental facility and supported by comprehensive theoretical analysis, provide much needed information on the shape and size distributions of raindrops at various altitudes. By mimicking atmospheric conditions, these experiments enable more accurate rainfall predictions and can be integrated with weather forecasting and climate modeling. I request President INAE to induct Professor Kirti Chandra Sahu as a Fellow of INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Kirti Chandra Sahu, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Professor Narendra M. Dikshit. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Narendra M. Dikshit, Professor of Chemical Engineering and Associate Faculty of Bioengineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is a leader in mathematical and computational modeling of biological phenomena. His research has addressed important questions in infection diseases and biotechnology. It has generated fundamental insight into the outcomes of major infectious diseases like COVID-19 and HIV/AIDS and helped maximize the impact of interventions with drugs and vaccines. He has also developed algorithms tools for the efficient design of multi-space microbial communities with wide implications to the healthcare, pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry. I request President INAE to induct Professor Narendra M. Dikshit as a Fellow of INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Narendra Dikshit, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations. Welcome.
Professor Rajneesh Kumar. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Rajneesh Kumar, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering and Head School of Sustainability, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. His major contributions lie in developing novel, sustainable and scalable technologies for energy and climate challenges. His significant contributions are in the field of carbon dioxide capture and sequestration. He has successfully transferred technology to directly capture CO2 from air, which L&T has implemented commercially. Further, he has developed and demonstrated a sustainable approach of CCS using catalytic hydrates as a medium of efficient capturing CO2 from industrial flue gases and sequestrating the same as solid gas hydrates under the seabed. I request President INAE to induct Professor Rajneesh Kumar as a Fellow of the INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Rajneesh Kumar, a Fellow thereof. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Dr. Venkatramana Runkuna. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Venkatramana Runkuna, Chief Scientist, Tata Consultancy Services Limited. He is a pioneer in the area of digital twins for process manufacturing industries in India and abroad. Dr. Runkuna and his team have developed model-based optimization, control and digital twin solutions, combining artificial intelligence with physics-based model and industrial domain knowledge. His team has also developed the AI-powered platform TCS InTwin for development of digital twins. It has been deployed across diverse industries such as chemical, pulp and paper, iron and steel, and power utilities, and has helped in reducing emissions, enhancing productivity, improving product quality, and in predictive maintenance of process equipment. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Venkatramana Rankana as a Fellow of INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Venkatramana Runkana, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations. Welcome.
Dr. Prasant Kumar Mahapatra. I have great pleasure introducing Dr. Prasant Kumar Mahapatra, former Director, Radiochemistry and Isotope Group, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. He has made original contributions in the area of radioactive waste remediation using innovative separation schemes by technologies such as solid phase extraction, liquid membranes, and extraction using exotic multifunctional diglycolamide-based extracts. He has developed highly efficient environmentally benign solvents based on room temperature ionic liquids for metal ion separation. His developed methods have shown very high separation factors for the separation of long-lived radionuclides from complex radioactive waste, including the high-level liquid waste. He demonstrated separation of long-lived minor actinides and radiocesium from actual radioactive feeds. He led a team in setting up a demo plant facility for the treatment of dye effluents. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Prasant Kumar Mahapatra as a Fellow of INAE.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Prasanta Kumar Mohapatra, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. For Engineering Section 5, that is the Electrical Engineering, may I now request Professor Saikat Chakrabarti to kindly come onto the dais and read the citations of the newly elected fellows for the Electrical Engineering section. Professor Chakrabarti, please.
Thank you, Colonel. Professor Bikas Chandrapal. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Bikas Chandrapal, Professor of Power Systems at Imperial College London. He is internationally known for innovations and engineering achievements contributing to the stability and control of power networks with renewable generation. His research, analyses, and solutions have been adopted by Siemens, GE Grid Solutions, and others. He is IEEE PES President-elect 2627. He has delivered meritorious professional service as Editor-in-Chief of journals for the IET and IEEE, Chair of IEEE Technical Committees, Chair of the Board of IEEE Power and Energy Society Publications, Member of IEEE PES Governing Board, the developer of an IEEE benchmark power system model, and coordinator of international research projects. He founded and directed the MSc program in Future Power Networks at Imperial College London. I request President INAE to induct Professor Bikas Chandrapal as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Bikas Chandrapal, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations. Nice to be here, absolutely. issues? Right? Just here.
It's really a privilege to come here, and I could not have been more honored to receive this from my teacher of Jadavpur University, Professor Chakru.
Very nice, very nice. So you are a student.
Professor Anup Kumar Panda. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Anup Kumar Panda, Professor, HAG, Department of Electrical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. Dr. Panda specializes in power electronics and renewable energy systems. He has made outstanding contributions to the development of sub-switching converters, multi-level inverters, power quality enhancement, and renewable energy integration. His innovations, including cascaded multi-level inverters and multi-port DC-DC converters, input power factor correction circuits, have significantly advanced energy efficiency and compact power conversion technologies. He has successfully executed major R&D projects sponsored by MHRD, CSIR, MIT, and DST, and has contributed to national technical committees. He is a recipient of the Professor Ajay Kumar Mohanty Endowed Chair Professorship, reflecting his exemplary leadership and institutional contributions. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Anup Kumar Panda as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Amit Kumar Panda, a fellow thereof. Congratulations once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Professor Nilanjan Senrai. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Nilanjan Senrai, Power Grid Chair Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, and Dean Alumni Relations, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He is an expert in the area of modeling of dynamic interactions between conventional generators and renewable energy generating systems in a power grid. Using new modeling approaches, he has developed novel control strategies to manage these interactions. He pioneered statistical signal processing tools to analyze wide area synchronized measurements from across a power grid to determine the system dynamics and its stability properties. His research has been supported by industries such as NTPC, Power Grid Corporation, Renew Power, as well as DST. His fundamental contributions to the understanding of power grid operations and control in the presence of large-scale renewable energy integration directly translate to better grid management practices to enable integration of renewable energy generation into the bulk power network. I request President INAE to induct Professor Nilanjan Senrai as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Nilanjan Senrai, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jayesh Kumar Jainaran Barbe. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Jayesh Barbe, Principal R&D Engineer, Digital Controls and Optimization, GE Varnova Advanced Research Center, Bengaluru. Dr. Barbe has over 30 years of industrial academic R&D experience with strong contributions that includes early stage and near product stage TRL 1 to TRL 8, development, covering multidisciplinary systems, technology, R&D prototypes, pilot plans, interdisciplinary systems, modeling simulation, and advanced control optimization solutions across application domains like fossil and renewable power, microgrid, process control, next-gen refrigeration, manufacturing automation, and robotics. two highlighted accomplishments contribute towards addressing global or universal energy access challenge via innovative microgrid in container developed along with integrated IIoT edge cloud digital platform, including multiple pilot or product development deployments towards viable rural electrification, while impacting human lives and energy transition challenge via innovative lab-scale steam generator, research prototype, and its usage supporting agile power plant boiler controls R&D. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Jayesh Bharve as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Jayesh Kumar Jayanarayan Barve, a fellow thereof. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti. For Engineering Section 6, it is my now privilege to call upon Dr. V.K. Agrawal, ex-outstanding scientist ISRO, to kindly come onto the stage and induct the newly elected fellows of Engineering Section 6, that is Electronics and Communications Engineering. Professor Agrawal, please. Ayes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. In this section, we have a 6 fellow, 1 foreign and 5 Indians.
We can start with Professor
Achha, achha. So we'll start with him.
In case Dr.
Foreign.
Mohan Jain
No, foreign fellow.
Foreign, please.
Okay, first is Professor Ross D. Most. I have a great pleasure in introducing Professor Ross Most, Chair Professor at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. He is a pioneer in the area of multiple antenna systems for wireless communication. His research has contributed to the development of multi-user, multiple input, multiple output wireless systems that are used in everyday communication devices. He has also pioneered in the multi-user technique in orthogonal frequency domain multiplexing that is also used in wireless communication system that we use every day. I request President INAE to induct Professor Ross Morse as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Ross D. Morse, a fellow thereof in absentia. I believe you are joining us.
Thank you to the Indian National Academy of Engineering. It's a great honor to be inducted as a fellow alongside this distinguished group. I look forward to working with you all to advance wireless communications and bring the benefits of technology to the world.
Thank you.
Mr. Manoj Jain.
He's not there. I don't see.
Yeah, he's coming.
Okay, we'll do it in absentia.
Anyway. Oh, I understand, but shall I read? Or?
We can skip.
Skip.
It can happen separately.
Okay. He is not here. So I'll go to next, Professor Ram Vilas Pachauri. I have a great pleasure in introducing Dr. Ram Vilas Pachauri. I hope, yeah. Professor HAG, Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. His prominent scientific contributions are in the area of signal processing with medical application. He has developed new and advanced signal decomposition techniques to address challenges in brain-computer interface and machine learning-based automated diagnostic of diseases from physiology signals. He developed the theoretical framework for Fourier-Bessel series expansion. Based on the FESE framework, he has proposed various new signal and image analysis methods. His recent contribution includes the eigenvalue decomposition of Hankel matrix-based non-stationary signal analysis technique. He has proposed multivariate extension of several univariate signal decomposition methods and lightweight automated classification system for wearable healthcare devices. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Ram Vilas Pachori as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Ram Vilas Pachori, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Thank you.
Professor Saif Khan Mohammed. I have a great pleasure in introducing Dr. Saif Khan Mohammed, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He is a pioneer of a new modulation waveform, Jack OTFS, which solves the challenging problem of achieving reliable high-throughput communication in time-varying signal propagation environment. His work introduces a new paradigm of communication and sensing in the delay Doppler domain, where the response of the time-varying signal appears stationary and enables next-generation application scenarios characterized by time-varying propagation. For example, LEO satellite-based non-terrestrial network for providing ambiguous broadband connectivity, reliable and high-throughput aircraft and UAV communication, and efficient integrated sensing and communication. Jack OTFS is recognized by leading telecommunication international companies and is being studied in 3GPP for standardization as a 6th-generation technology. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Saif Khan Mohammed as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Saif Khan Mohammed, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Professor Bobby George. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Bobby George, Professor and Head of the Department of Medical Sciences and Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, with a joint appointment in electrical engineering. He has made pioneer contribution to sensor technology and measurement science, particularly in non-intrusive sensing. He was the first to integrate capacitive electrical field and inductive magnetic field sensing principle into single compact sensor, enabling accurate detection of both conductive and non-conductive objects. His innovation includes non-intrusive seawater conductivity measurement system for environmental monitoring, contactless AC voltage measurement systems, and commercially successful brake bear sensors. He co-developed an ophthalmical anesthetic training system with Sankara Nethralaya and created novel vehicle detection system for intelligent transportation. I request President INAE to induct Professor Bobby George as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Bobby George, a fellow thereof.
I just find out. I'll find it. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Subrata Kumar Datta. Yeah, he's there. Please, doctors. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Subrata Kumar Datta, outstanding scientist and Center Head. Microwave Tube Research and Development Center, please. Microwave Tube Research and Development Center, MTRDC, DRDO, Bangalore. He is a pioneer in the area of microwave vacuum tube electronics devices in India and is well known for his leadership role and innovation leading to the development of state-of-art miniature traveling tube TWTs and compact transmitters for defense application. He enriched the technology of high-power TWTs by the research focused on broadband banding of the device to achieve multi-octave bandwidths, stabilizing the device against instabilities, efficiency enhancement of the device, and compactization of the device. His work led to the development and productionization of several miniaturized TWTs for microwave power modules and compact transmitters. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Subhash Kumar Datta as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering. Please. No.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Subrata Kumar Datta, a Fellow thereof.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agrawal. For section 7, I may now request Professor G. Jagadish, Chairman of Excellence in Hypersonics and Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering, ISC Bengaluru, to kindly come and do the honors.
Lovely. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it's getting late for lunch, but please, I do request all of you to cheer the fellows who have been inducted. And I think it is also very interesting that the aerospace fellows are being inducted in a chair. It's a very special moment. May I now have the pleasure of introducing to you Professor P.A. Ramakrishna, who is the Institute Chair, Professor of Department of Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Professor Ramakrishna is a pioneer in the area of ramjet propulsion. He has made path-breaking contribution towards understanding propellant combustion. He has made significant contribution to the adoption of ramjet technology to an artillery shell. Through his contribution, currently artillery shells have with ramjet technology, and they have been fired from the Bofors gun system. They can go up to 43 kilometers without reduction in lethality of the cell. He is also involved in the development of an IC engine-based quadcopter, tail-seater B biplane, and other related technology. I request President of INAE to induct Professor P.A. Ramakrishna as the Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor P.A. Ramakrishna, a Fellow thereof.
I now have great pleasure in introducing Professor Ashok De, Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering and Dean, Academic Affairs, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. An eminent researcher in CFD, high-speed flows, multi-phase flows, turbulent combustion, and fluid structure interaction, his outstanding contributions include developing advanced simulation frameworks for propulsion and energy systems, integrating fundamental turbulence and combustion science with engineering scale modeling. At IIT Kanpur, he helped establish premier facilities in computational propulsion and fostering wide-ranging collaborations between academia and industry. His leadership has strengthened India's computational engineering ecosystem and advanced indigenous capabilities in high-performance computing and propulsion technologies. He continues to contribute to enhance India's technological self-reliance in aerospace science and engineering through his research contribution. May I now request President INAE to induct Professor Ashok De as the Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Ashok De, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Manikya Vasagam, Distinguished Scientist, Program Director and Director, SPIC, DRDO. He is a pioneer in the area of missile system design and contributed to the self-reliance in missiles for the Indian Defence Services. His contribution resulted in innovations for Indian Defence Services in the state-of-the-art missile systems in both tactical and strategic domains. He was the chief architect of the new generation ballistic missile Agni Prime, and the Agni Prime missile has been configured with all the state-of-the-art technologies like advanced propulsion system and deception mechanism for ballistic missile defense. He also designed, developed and implemented guidance algorithms for both tactical and strategic missiles. He contributed significantly to the design of futuristic missile systems like hypersonic missile and multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle. May I now have the pleasure of requesting President INAE to induct Dr. Manikya Vasagam Marudanayagam as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Manikya Vasagam Marudanayagam, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Vijay V. Patel, Outstanding Scientist, Technology Director of the Control Law Group in Aeronautical Development Agency, Bengaluru. Dr. Patel played a major role in LCA flight control law design, development and flight testing right from its inception. His contributions towards notch filter design, flight envelope expansion, development of boundary limiting features to conduct flight tests at the edge of the flight envelope to verify and validate carefree maneuvering flight control laws are noteworthy. His contribution towards experimental PID flight testing and carefree maneuvering holding qualities along with the air-to-air refueling capability and crosswind landings were extraordinary towards achieving final operational clearance. The naval variant successfully carried out a ski jump takeoff and arrested hook landing on the aircraft carrier. He solved 3 open problems in mathematical control theory and made significant contributions towards practical flight control design using L1 adaptive control. May I now have the pleasure of requesting the President INAE to induct Dr. Vijay V. Patel as the Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Vijay V. Patel, a fellow thereof.
Thank you, Professor Jagdish. I now call Professor Kantesh Balani, Professor and Head, Advanced Center for Material Science at IIT Kanpur, to kindly come to the dais.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to everyone. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Julia King, Baroness Brown of Cambridge, crossbench member of the House of Lords in the UK and chair of the Adaptation Committee of the UK Climate Change. She has contributed to science, engineering, and policy in a wide range of areas. As a materials engineer, she determined the relationships between microstructure and properties in aero engine alloys which provided the best resistance to fatigue, an approach now used to design materials for aero engine turbines. Her more recent work has addressed climate change ensuring governments develop policies based on the best scientific evidences. She led the King Review for the UK government on decarbonizing transport, was vice chair of the UK Climate Change Committee for 12 years, and now chairs its adaptation committee. Her work has had a major impact on the UK government's approach to reducing emissions and making the country more resilient to climate change. I request President INAE to induct Professor Julia King as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Julia King, a fellow thereof in absentia. I believe you are joining us.
It's a great honour for me to be inducted into this star-studded group of engineers and technologists that make up the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Thank you so much for this honour.
Thank you.
I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Gaur Gopal Roy, Professor, Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. His outstanding contributions are in understanding transport phenomena in materials processing applications. Specifically, he has erected a pilot-scale gas-fired rotary Hertz furnace at an industrial site, ASP Durgapur, and demonstrated producing 85% metallized sponge iron from iron ore and coal finds of Indian origin. He was the prime architect for developing an indigenous numerical code for fusion welding, providing scientific insight into the welding processes in collaboration with Pennsylvania State University, USA. His research group has identified optimum operating parameters for calcium rare earth treatment of steel towards inclusion control and stable casting, as well as forging schedules for HEC grade steels in the presence of inclusions. I request President INAE to induct Professor Gaur Gopal Roy as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Gaur Gopal Roy, a fellow thereof. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Vima Varapu MSR Murthy, Professor, Department of Mining Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad, and presently on deputation as Director, Indian Institute of Engineering Sciences and Technology, Shibpur. Professor Murthy is involved in the areas of controlled rock blasting, mechanized mining, TBM tunneling, underwater rock dredging, and rock characterization for TBM applications. He also developed a virtual reality mine simulation laboratory for imparting immersive teaching to achieve improved safety and productivity in coal mining. Under his leadership, the mining industry and construction sectors realized higher production, productivity, safety, and operational excellence. The research outcomes and technology development have also resulted in improved teaching, research, and innovative practices in academics and industry alike. I request President INAE to induct Professor Vima Varapu MSR Murthy as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor VMSR Murthy, a Fellow thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Vilas Tathavatkar, Chief Technology Officer, Hindalco Industries Limited, and President Metal and Mining Technology Function, Aditya Birla Science and Technology Private Limited. He is a process metallurgy expert in non-ferrous and ferrous industry in India. Under his stewardship and leadership, Hindalco developed innovative technological solutions for aluminum smelting, copper smelting, and specialty alumina products. His significant contributions have resulted in technology innovations with annual savings more than rupees 250 crores. He has also developed novel technology for harvesting hydrogen from waste heat of LD slag at Tata Steel. I request President INAE to induct Dr. Vilas Tathavadkar as Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Dr. Vilas Tathavadkar, a fellow thereof. Congratulations and welcome to INAE.
I have great pleasure in introducing Professor S.M. Yusuf, Director UMDEA, Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences and former Director Physics Group of BARC Mumbai. He is pioneer in the development of material characterization techniques and advanced magnetic materials for frontier technology. He is the first person in India to establish the neutron depolarization technique. He developed new quantum materials demonstrating spin entanglements near room temperature. He built a prototype magnetic nanoparticle loaded medical grade membrane device for use in artificial heart pump support. Besides, he developed high magnetocaloric materials for refrigeration technology and carried out engineering design and development of a prototype magnetocaloric test setup device. Under his stewardship and leadership, helium-3 neutron detectors, portable DT neutron generator for uranium exploration, industrial utilization of neutron beam for neutron shielding and imaging, neutron transportation mirrors, NAI, TI detectors, etc. were developed. I request President INAE to induct Professor S.M. Yusuf as a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor S.M. Yusuf, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balani. And as we quite come very close to the final few nominations, may I now request Professor S.S. Murthy, former Professor IIT Delhi, to kindly come up and read the citations for section 9.
Professor Muthukumar Palaniswamy,
Please.
Professor Muthukumar Palaniswamy, I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Muthukumar Palaniswamy, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati. He has developed energy efficient and environmentally friendly novel porous radiant burners that operate on any gaseous or liquid fuels for cooking and industrial applications. These burners can provide real-time fuel savings of up to 60% with an 85% reduction in emissions and an impressive payback period of 3 to 6 months. He is also a pioneer in the area of solid-state hydrogen storage, purification and compressor systems, and has developed numerous industrial scale prototypes. He has also designed and developed an industrial scale thermal storage system that operates at temperatures up to 500 degrees centigrade. His research contributions have led to many technology transfers and startups. I request President INAE to induct Professor Muthukumar Palaniswamy as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Muthukumar Palaniswamy, a fellow thereof.
Mr. V. Vinod, I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. V. Vinod, Head of Experimental Thermal Hydraulic Division, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakam. He contributed to the development of sodium-cooled fast breeder reactors and the design and development of critical component systems and processes. He was instrumental for the characterization of decay heat removal systems and steam generators for Indian fast breeder reactors. A team of engineers led by Mr. Vinod developed critical components for the reactor system and successfully indigenized many equipment which reduced the system and successfully reduced the import dependence for the construction and operation of fast breeder reactors. His contribution towards conceptualizing and establishing of large experimental facilities for design, validation and qualification of large components and systems were crucial for the second stage of Indian nuclear power program. I request President INAE to induct Mr. Vinod as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Mr. V. Vinod, a fellow thereof.
Professor Murthy sir, thank you. Now I call upon Professor Maithili Sharan from IIT Delhi to confer the final two or read the citations of the final two nominees, and that is from section 10. Over to you, sir, to do the honors for the interdisciplinary and special engineering fields and leadership in academia, R&D and industry. Please come, sir.
Thank you.
Just write down the name, sir, if he's there.
Professor Mohan Shankar Sivprakasam.
Is he there? Is he there? Please.
Not there.
Please, sir.
I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Mohan Shankar Sivprakasam, Professor Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He contributed in developing and deploying affordable healthcare technologies in the country that has reached over 12 million people through over 10 commercial products. He successfully established cutting-edge interdisciplinary R&D centers in frontier areas of biomedical science and technology through an integrated platform of R&D, product engineering, technology commercialization, and startup incubation. IIT Madras Healthcare Technology Incubation Center he set up in 2011 is a highly collaborative medtech innovation ecosystem by bringing together experts from technical and medical institutions, industries, and government agencies for affordable healthcare technologies. He set up IIT Madras Sudhar Gopalakrishnan Brain Center and developed a neurotechnology platform to image and map whole human brains into cell resolution, petabyte scale digital volumes through a sophisticated throughout histology and computing pipeline. I request President INAE to induct Professor Mohan Shankar Sivprakasam as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Mohan Shankar Sivaprakasam, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Amazing work.
Professor Uttama Lahiri, Professor Uttama Lahiri, Head of the Department and Professor Electrical Engineering Department, IIT Gandhinagar. I have great pleasure introducing Professor Uttama Lahiri, Professor of Electrical Engineering and Coordinator of Center for Biomedical Engineering, IIT Gandhinagar. Her interdisciplinary research holds promise in bringing paradigm shift in healthcare system, even outside control settings. Two of her innovative engineering solutions that worth mentioning are Mind-Eye and Smart West. Mind-Eye tracks once gauged to screen community dwellers having mild cognitive impairment necessary to early intervention for delaying dementia onset. Smart wear uses instrumented soles to quantify gait and predict possibility of freezing of gait, debiting symptom of individuals with Parkinson's disease. These novel solutions have been recognized and awarded nationally and internationally. Most importantly, some of her products are on the verge of laboratory to market translation for greater societal impact. I request President INAE to induct Professor Uttama Lahiri as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
In the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor Uttama Lahiri, a fellow thereof. Congratulations. Congratulations once again.
Professor Usain Murthy, I have great pleasure in introducing Professor U.S.N. Murthy,
Professor Murthy,
Director, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER, Guwahati. He carried out cutting-edge translation research in the areas of bioinformatics, pharmacoinformatics, and pharmacoengineering, leading to the development of medical devices and technology for vector control and disease modeling, with an emphasis on next-gen research engineer personalized and customized medicines. By integrating AI and ML and data mining tools, he developed models for predicting disease outbreaks and implementing necessary control measures in advance, the first of its kind in India and Asia. He also established the supercomputing facility Param Bio Embryo, which significantly boosted drug discovery program and developed referral standards that are now followed in national and international levels. I request President INAE to induct Professor U.S.N. Murthy as a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering.
in the name and by the authority of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, I admit you, Professor U.S.N. Murthy, a fellow thereof. Congratulations and welcome to the Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of the last section, I just request a minute here And I'll request President INAE, sir, to kindly wait here for a minute in honoring our gracious host, which is the HMA, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited Management Academy. Their leadership is right here. May I call upon Mr. Arup Kumar Malik, sir, please. I also will request Dr. Siva Prasad, Mr. Patnaik, Mr. Murli Behra to kindly come on to the dais. These have been the pillars of support under the team of Mr. Malik, and we have had strong support from them. Please come, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with the permission of President INAE, we conclude the session here. We will wait for you at the lunch. We are slightly delayed, about half an hour. And I know most of you are anxious to get back, so the transport is waiting. I thank our senior fellows who are here, our former presidents, Dr. P.S. Goel, Dr. Sanak Mishra. We have with us Dr. Professor Indranil Manna. Thank you, sir, for always keeping us blessed and patronizing the academy. Thank you.